Good afternoon, India. Welcome back to BGIS 2024, The Grind. On this solidifying Saturday, we move on to the third day of week number 3. And joining alongside me, it's going to be my big friend, Arka. So, Arka, we saw some really great actions yesterday. Do you think the similar instances on the underdog teams again will rise and shine today?
Oh yes, 100% agreed on that statement that the undergods are going to outshine that of T1 teams. Obvious reasons. When you look at the overall standings, we're able to see they're just countable, T1 teams in the top 64. And again, today I don't see many T1 teams playing as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are not so many big names, but for sure, we have got a couple of teams that we are going to look forward to because, again, two groups will be playing. We will have six more matches, and the same loop is going to continue. But there are a lot of teams that have really performed pretty well in the first three matches, right?
Yes, and they'll try to keep up the momentum as well. And there are several other teams who are looking forward for a comeback because at the end of the day, these are the final three maps they have to prove themselves.
Yeah, they have got the final three matches, and it's going to be really important because some teams have definitely performed pretty well in the first three games, but majority of them have not. But we're going to jump into the player spotlight quickly, and we'll have a look on that one key player that almost everybody has to look out for. It's going to be Prince from Tense Esports. I mean, he has been exceptional. 11 finishes in just three matches.
And also converting those knocks to finishes and converting the games to chicken dinner was the crucial thing for this team as well. Friviously they were playing under the name of Warmania Esports, right? And from then on, I have been seeing that Prince has been performing phenomenally, being that entry fragger every single time when when the team needs that opening. He has provided it, and that's why he's got that big number over his shoulder.
Yeah, it's not only that, and Tensi Sports, I mean, they have been brilliant in the first three matches, bagging up two chicken dinners. It's not a joke, right? You get three matches and you bag two chicken for yourself. It's something that every team desires in any tournament, and that's the kind of momentum I would really want Tensi Sports to carry forward today as well. Because again, Team Forever, yesterday we saw them stepping up. They had that kind of aggression with them, and they completely continued it in the last three matches as well. But once again, Tensi Sports, will they be able to do it again or not? That's a big question. And as you can see, 52 total points in first three games, Arka.
Yeah, and an average. Look at the average of finish points they've been gaining every single game, and also they played in the same group where we had. The champions playing Gladiator Esports were playing over there, and they did dominate and get chicken dinners against them, proving that they are capable of putting their hands on the championship this time and also be the strongest contender for the top three positions.
For sure, and that being said, yes, we already have some spotlights coming on the teams as well as the players, and that kind of determines the first group that we are going to see. Group number 5, 10 Esports will be among those favorite teams for the
Yeah.
caster panel or maybe for the audience as well to watch out for, because the other teams, you know what? The entire group, all the teams have been reshuffled, so it kind of like sense that they haven't played each other for a longer period of time. But you know what, they all are fighting for a spot in the BGIS. But when we talk about the BGIS 2024, we have got a huge prize pool coming up of 2 CR, and again, the entire prize pool spread kind of sums up like this: the first team, the champion team, will be awarded with 60 lakhs.
And then look at that, the second position is just going to get a half of it, that is 30 lakhs. Not a small number if you ask me. From the third to the 16th position, the numbers are just going to dwindle down until the 14, 15, 16 and the 13th position is going to take away 2,50,000 rupees. And what's more important is to look at that feather, an extra feather for your crown, and that has to be the MVP, most finishes, lone survivor and rampage, because they're going to individually get 2.5, 1 lakh, 1 lakh each.
Yes, but talking about the format entirely, we saw 256 teams getting invited in this BGIS 2024, the grind, and they got completely grouped into 16 different groups, right? And every group have played 3 matches in the first 2 weeks. And in the first 2 weeks, we saw, I mean, so much dramatic performance, so much overwhelming performances from a lot of teams. But then it came down to a reshuffle happening from this very week, the week number 3 that we are actually casting on. So a lot of things things have changed from there. And after this regroup, all the teams, those who have faced, I would say, some certain 15 other teams in the same group, has been completely shuffled out, and now new 15 set of teams that they are facing right now. It's going to be a real challenge because again, they have to face or complete the other 3 matches by this last 2 weeks.
And that's where, finally we'll be able to get the overall standings, which is going to compress with both the first week and the second week points, or the first 3 matches and the second 3 matches which they're going to be played. And amongst that, the top 64 teams will have a greater opportunity, because amongst that, the top 16 are going to be placed in round 4. The bottom 16 are going to be placed in round 2, and the mid 16 will be placed at round 3. But with all this done, and those who have not been able to place themselves in the top 64 will be stepping into round 1.
Yeah, exactly. This is a factor that everybody wants to finish in the top 16 itself. But quickly talking about the points distribution, that is causing a lot of hindrances inside the match. It's going to be like this: if you take a chicken dinner, you get 10 points, and followed by that, you get 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Until the 8th position, Arka, you get only 1 point. And from there, from 9th position to the 16th, you get not a single position point for yourself. And that's something that you need to remind yourself, because if you get some early good start, almost like 5 to 6 finishes probably in stage 1 or stage 2, you at least need to finish in some good spot to get those placement points for yourself. But quickly jumping in to all the teams of group 5 we have got right now.
There are some big names out here. Team UP50, who've got a decent fan following after how they performed in the previous officials. But again, coming back over here, they had a decent game of 23 points. Then we have the side of Team MAYHEM as well, who are the second when it comes to this group in the overall standings, because they've got an ample 32 points with 1 chicken dinner, and they would love to replicate something better than that. But again, Raw Officials and Tens are going to be the big stars of this lobby, obviously, because Tens have got that big 52 pointer and Raw Officials have got 27 for themselves.
Again, Arka, jumping on to the next group. Group 6 is also something that is very interesting. GLITCHxREBORN, we get to see them. We have got Celsius, NUMEN Gaming, and Reckoning Esports. Again, a lot of big names in this group as well. We even see ORGLESS 5, who has been a kind of a team who has been, kind of making the presence in the previous seasons of BGIS and BMPS. But overall, another team in the question is going to be PL Dominators. I mean, they have performed tremendously well, whether, getting 35 total points on the board with 1 chicken dinner. So my eyes are also going to be on them as well.
Yeah, the new undergods who are trying to strike a balance perfectly between finish points and position points. But let's see who amongst them will be able to dominate in the maps which is going to be played today. Yes, obviously the first map is going to be the map of Erangel, followed by Miramar and then Sanhok. Like always, we're going to have these 3 default maps. Hopefully, since everybody knows each other's drop locations, everybody knows each other's strategy, by looking at the previous week's performances, I'm hoping to see some dropped clashes as well as some really good rotations into the final circles.
For sure, Arka, and I really anticipate in the first map of Erangel itself, we will be witnessing some drop clashes as what we saw yesterday. I mean, it has been a phenomena, right? Just taking a drop, fighting each other, fighting for this early contest, and those finishes has always been a part and parcel, thanks to the entire points distribution, because everybody is hungry for those finishes.
I'm looking forward for it as well, because I've seen that several teams, as soon as they get 2 to 3 finishes, they try to keep it a little safe, so that in the final circle, inevitably they'll have to take down at least 3 or 4 players to get that chicken dinner. And with that, they'll be getting a balance of 15 to 17 points, which I believe is the right average for them. So let's see who amongst them will be able to adapt to such kind of a gameplay and get that chicken dinner for themselves.
Yes, and if you can get the first chicken dinner of the day, it also kind of boosts your momentum that you want to carry forward for the entirety of the day. And that is very important. We have seen some teams, I would say the undergod teams, coming up and finding the first chicken dinner of the day. And the next 2 matches, they also tend to perform in a similar manner to kind of boost their points. And you know what? Some teams, they might be thinking, Arka, that the first 3 games are done and dusted. We haven't got a lot more points, but still these last 3 games are gonna make sure that you are in top 64, because there are a lot of teams they think that we are not going to make it to top 16 as the competition or the points is way too high. But still, there is a little ray of hope that if you can qualify for the top 64, you still are in BGIS 2024 main stage.
And also, those who are watching right now, it's a gentle reminder for you guys. If you have registered for the BGIS 2024, the in-game qualifiers are in action. Make sure that you play 15 games, and all of it has to be classic, no event games. And you have 4 maps for yourself. One is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and we can do 4 competitive maps. You can play in any of these, maintain a good average of finishes as well as the position points, and probably you will get an invitation to play in the main BGIS itself. And we'll be waiting to cast you guys, so get ready and get loaded.
Yeah, you have to make sure you create some big waves to reach the shoreline, and that's what the entire kind of impact is that we would look forward to. But once again, Arka, I mean, I'm really looking forward to see what is gonna come up next, because today is a new day again, 3 set of matches. Which
Yeah.
teams are going to make it up on the top? It's a big question for myself as well.
Yeah, once we look at the maps, we'll get to know perfectly. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small promo for you about a roaring lion. Why don't you guys go check it out, and we'll speak about it on the other side. Just imagine you pull off a 1v4 to get that chicken dinner, and suddenly there's a lion sitting right next to you, and it's going to roar, and you're going to feel like you're one amongst the kings sitting out there. I mean, that is the kind of feeling I would want to have in the game. So, all you have to do is get 10 UCs on yourself and go for the spin. And probably, if you're lucky enough, you might get one good companion next to you.
For sure, Arkan. I would love to have one. Having a lion beside you is something that almost I believe every boy desires, right? You are a
Yeah.
king. You're sitting on a throne, having a
And
lion beside
any
you.
gamer,
It's
if you ask
something
me.
like an yeah, exactly. But you know what? We're gonna have a look on the teams, those who will be playing the first 3 set of matches, and it's going to be the teams of Group 5.
Oh, this is going to be an important one if you ask me, because as of now, the only few teams who are looking good in this group has to be the side of tens on the top of the table with 52 points, concentrating more on those finish points, because eventually it's allowing them to get that 2 chicken dinners. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, we're able to see that ruling since 80s, the previous lineup of RVNC as well as Reckoning, 1 or 2 players from Reckoning coming together, they have a little bit of an experience, but still unable to, stand up to the occasion. They've just got 5 points, and I do believe they might come back stronger today.
For sure, Arka, and I also have some eyes on 4 aggressive men. I mean, this team was placed on the 14th spot in the previous season of BGIS 2023. They had some different set of lineup, but right now there is only one player sticking as similar. It's going to be password for 4 AM as we speak, and it's going to
Yeah.
be crucial, right? 4 aggressive men, when you have a kind of presence that you were the grand finalists of BGIS 2023. So the kind of expectation sets up that again they will be performing on that top-notch level.
Hopefully, right? The seven habit team, the kind of waves they created last time. And it all comes down to the IGL again. I really want to see how Charan is going to take his team inside of the circle, because we are able to see that several IGLs are somehow able to crack the new code of making it into the final circles, and then allowing their assaulters to do the job. And those are the only teams who have come out successful in gaining that chicken dinner by the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's again the IGL factor and also the players or the assaulters stepping up,
Yeah.
because an IGL, I really believe, can get you the zone, can get you the rotation, but ultimately the job comes down to the assaulters to clear the squads, to clear the other alternative players and get the space for your team. So if the assaulter also steps in a similar way as the IGL needs, I believe a team can function really smooth.
Yeah, and speaking about smooth functioning, Lucknow Giants is one of the other team which need
Mm-hmm.
to pick up their, pick up their pants and run, because they've got 15 points and all of it is coming from finishes. And since they were the HH Academy lineup, they have been playing for a brief period of time now. They've got two different orgs backing them up. Obviously, the previous one is just going to be praying for them since they're in the new one. But I'm looking forward to see how well they're going to bounce back. But before we step into the game, it's always been that tradition, right? I really want to know which team you think can be present in the top three.
I guess it's going to be UP50 for me, and I'm going to stick it because again, KSR and Sarkar sticking up together for a long period of time. I think they're going to
Yeah.
do something impactful. I mean, they have got some new players addition to their lineup, but still, the hopes are high.
Yeah, let's see whether that's going to be the case. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the first map of the day. And it's going to be the default one, which you all love to play in, the map of Erangel. And, since you have already placed your bets, I'm going to put mine on Tens Esports, because they had the perfect start previously when they had come in over here. The big bird hits the sky, and hopefully this flight path is going to favor every other team out there.
For sure, Ark, I really hope, but as it seems, the flight path is starting from the areas of Fairy Pyre and might be ending towards the areas of shooting range, and yes, it is. Again, the teams will be quite happy with it, isn't it, Arka? They will be able to access their own drop locations without any problem. For the teams, those who might be trying or traveling towards the areas of Lipovka, they will be looking forward to secure some vehicles on an early note to ensure that they reach there safe and sound.
Now that is where the early skirmishes can take place, right? I'm waiting to see if there is going to be anything as such taking place. But since every other team knows each other's drop location because of the previous week's performance, I really hope to see some early skirmishes in the respective drop locations, because it's all about you gaining that early four finishes, which actually gives you that confidence boost. But it's a tricky one if you ask me, because you need to retain your four players amongst that battle.
Exactly, and in the usual early clashes, Arka, we've seen many times that if you even win a fight, you at least lose one or two teammates, and that's something that is a price that you pay for those early collisions. If you want to avoid it, it's your call. But the way we have seen the past few matches or the past couple of matches, there has been always one or two casualties that the team has faced.
But hopefully,
Well, I guess. Oh,
yeah, sorry for that.
I
So
mean, I
hopefully,
got you. Yeah.
I see a small skirmish which can take place at Georgiopol region. You can see that UP50. Oh, before I speak of it, it's got to be T7 who wants to start things off. BTB, they're in deep troubles. I did not expect that Blacklist Esports is going to be feeling the heat. And guess what? The pun lies where the player's name is. Heat Blast is going to be receiving the first set of heat.
This is bad for Team Brothers Till Death. This early casualty is definitely going to cost them out. But when you look on to ruling since 80s, that's the desired start that they would look forward to. Pablo, Savage, Basic Form, and Maddie. Again, the expectations were quite high. They have got 14 finishes in the first three games, so kind of I'm also looking forward to them as well, Arka.
You know what? I really want to see some more action. I guess it's because of the Sanhok map of yesterday, where Team Forever, they were on a different role altogether. picking up
Yes.
finishes after finishes. Somewhere when I felt that they might breach that 100 marker, they did fail by 5 points. And since tens is over here, the next team where we can keep our hopes on that they might break that 100-point barrier, because 52 points, I think it's easy for them to replicate in a lobby like this.
I mean, we always have that kind of urge, isn't it, Arka, that we want to see somebody overperforming and kind of reaching that 100, that century marker that we are always, keeping the hopes alive for. Yeah, we had the hopes for Aiku Soul, it didn't happen. We had the hopes for Team Forever, it didn't happen. Now the next team, it's definitely Tens, as they also got 50 plus points. For Aiku Soul, I really believe it was quite close, but once again, let's see whether they can do it or not.
Mayhem. This is one of those teams I would love to speak about right now, because previously they had around 32 points for themselves, and this lineup have been playing for a brief period of time. I cannot forget how Goku was able to pull it off in the previous games, especially in the map of Miramar. He went Super Saiyan when the time was right, saved his teammates, but it all comes down to how they're going to perform now. Last week has been a good start for them, and they might look forward to replicate what they've done.
Yeah, surely. I mean, 18 finishes, 14 placement points. You get a chicken dinner out of 3 games that you've played. Again, looking forward to back. The first one in the very first game should be the ideal kind of thinking that Mayhem will be looking forward to, as it's a complete new lineup. I mean, this banner, this team, or I would say this organization has been very old, right? We have seen it from long old days. Team Mayhem, a big name, a legacy that they carry forward. Now, had the complete legacy has been shouldered on some new players, and I'm really expecting that they will make sure that the banner is flying high.
Hopefully. TE, another team, right? Where I do believe the expectations is way beyond their, what they are thinking right now. Because the first week's performance has been that great. And if I have to speak about expectation, then we have to speak about UP50. It's all because of two big names which has been playing together. That is going to be Sarkar as well as KSR. Both of them, they've been the flag bearers for the side of UP50, and with the addition of Anonymous coming all the way from Revenge in the previous BGIS, we were able to see that even he did attain that MVP several times. So I'm looking forward to see that firepower add on and a little bit of an aggression opening up from the side of UP50 this time.
Surely, Arka. I mean, when you have those beautiful, or I would say the experienced assaulters in your team, the expectations or the hopes of a better performance increases every time, right? And again, we have seen those experience factors. Like if you take out Team Forever, having Omega, Mafia, and MJ, it has benefited them a lot. So I really believe this new UP50, every official tournament this team has performed. They might not be able to reach the grand final sometimes, but they have created such a good impression throughout.
If you're not able to be the king of the game, you can just make some name for yourself, right? And
Yep.
they've got some good name, if you ask me. And look at the circle, a normal default circle. And obviously, most of these teams will be looking forward to get to that Pochinki region, because in the grind, I'm able to see every single time such a circle forms up, the final few circles are going to be forming just around that Pochinki region. And the first few to hold that Pochinki region have always come up shining brighter. And Lucknow Giants, since that's their drop location or the earlier rotation they've taken in towards that Pochinki region, I really want to see how well they're going to perform from here on.
Talking about Lucknow Giants, Arka, I mean, I would be looking forward to their IGL Cyclone. Have seen him performing good in the domestic tournaments a lot of times. But again, this is one of the teams those who have grinded well and they have made a name to get a chance and play under a big banner. And you also have that kind of chance. The in-game qualifiers are already live from 15th of April to 21st. That means you don't have a lot of time left. Today is only 20th of April. So make sure you complete all your 15 matches with the registered main 4 players, and you make sure to have a good average and do not play on any event mode.
Raw officials. This is one of those lineups you have a lot of expectation from. Because of one big name out there, Daljit. right? The kind of experience this man carries, let it be the national circuit, let it be the international circuit, the kind of lineups he's been carrying, you know. But this time around, he's got a responsibility, that is to mold these youngsters who are with him. Superman, Yashu, Abhi, they have good firepower, but it all comes down to that game sense, to that pressure, how to cope up to the pressure. But here we can see that the Kings are looking forward to put a little bit of a pressure to a team rotating right around them.
It's none other than ruling since 80s. They had a good start. They got one finish, but again, Four Kings, they're also a team in question. They haven't, I would say that they haven't done a bad job in the first three matches. 18 finishes in their name out of those three that they have played. They also will be looking forward. I mean, when you just look at this lineup, Godless has been a part of this lineup for a long time. And as we are speaking, we are seeing a lot of new names with some old players, and a kind of nostalgic feeling is arising within myself. I mean, seeing these players playing from different lineup again. When you talk about Daljit, we talk about Godless. They have been that one we have seen for seasons from the previous season of BGIS 2023, BMPS. It's been exceptionally well.
Yeah, and there are several other players who are adding up to the lineups, right? And because of these experienced players, they're able to understand the game much more better. The perspective changes, the game sense changes, and there are several few undergods who are just coming newly into a lineup and performing much better than that of the experienced players. Obviously, it's because of the information gained from those experienced players.
Yes, exactly. And even I have seen sometimes like teams like Aircraft and all, they've got so much guidance from the previous players. I mean, some experienced players, those who are not playing, but they're working as a coach has been worked brilliantly. So yeah, that also creates an impact. But when we just talk about the circle right now, Arka, look at that. Going towards the Western Circle. And I do think again we will be looking forward for a similar circle like the past 2 days we have witnessed in Erangel.
Hopefully that Gatka open fields is what you're referring to, if I'm not wrong. And I
Yes.
somewhere feel that we need to step away from that region. Hopefully the BGMI gods are listening to me. I want to see a ferry circle, or probably that bridge circle happening yet again, because that's
Okay.
going to be a new challenge for all these teams. And it all comes down to that firepower or the crosshair placement.
Talking about the crosshair placements, Arga, you get to see the rotation clash just being started. Blacklist Esports, they're just rotating in front of Forking, but not only that, Godless, he was just in the mount of a death trap. And Forking, they just are lucky right now to not deal any casualty because it's Tense Esports, those who are holding that compound.
I can understand what Tens are thinking right now. The difference they have from all the other teams is obviously because of the 20 big position points they have for themselves. So what they're going to do is not open their firepower completely. Just make sure they assault the opponents, just put a few bullets on them so that they stay at bay. And when the time is right, they enter the circle, and then it's all going to be an all-out brawl they're going to bring into the lobby. And at that time, I believe that they might replicate to get an average of 10 to 12 finishes they've received in the past 3 games.
Talking about finishes, Arka, GRAVEDIGGERS haven't had a great performance in the first 3 games, only 2 finishes in 3 games. They will be looking forward to get some good points, but against them, it's going to be Raw Official, a team which is in the gossip for sure because of those experienced players. That renowned sniper, once the best sniper of India, we called him, right, Daljit. Having him a bolt action was something that every team feared because this guy's aim was exceptionally well.
And I still believe he's got that. And in the map of Miramar, if he picks up a sniper, I'm just going to be at the edge of my seat. I'm just going to be at the edge of my seat to scream my lung out, because we have missed that bolt action in a long time now, especially in the officials.
Yeah, man. Just imagine him taking an M24 out and with an 8x scope, getting some crispy headshots. I mean, I'll just be in that nostalgic mode. I mean, I started watching this game and I started to actually, learn sniping by seeing him. So that's a kind of inspiration that this player carries for me, at least.
Not only for you, for all those who are watching right now on the screens, yes, they would also be going back and relishing the memories of them following that single man. But now is the time for us to understand how the rotation is going to be important for this team, especially. Come to the Seven Sister building. It's a very odd location, if you ask me. The drop location of Team Forever, where they try to get the center of the map. This is like the epicenter of the overall map, right? And if you're able to place yourself over here and the circle is somewhere closer to you, you have several ways from which you can enter inside of the circle. But before I speak further, this is one point I would like to bring forward. Necro, I want your take on this. GD, that's got to be GRAVEDIGGERS. They have been, firing from the moment they have been visible on our screens, right? Do you think it's the right thing to do?
If you ask me, Arka, I don't think it is the right position that they're in from where they're firing. I mean, they're in the open, and it's a kind of position when you just look down to the circle, there is just not a single team holding in their surroundings. You see Team 7, raw official in some distance, and that is going to make some impact. If anyhow, any player of raw official, they spot at least that one player of GRAVEDIGGERS who has been taking shots for a long time, that person will be completely knocked out. If he gets knocked out, then it will be an extra pressure for the guys of GRAVEDIGGERS to get him again up on his feet.
Rightly said. Is giving away so much of information just by firing. And again, the ideology is simple. I do understand what Team Blacklist is trying to do. Just trying to make sure, GRAVEDIGGERS are trying to do. They're just trying to make sure that they do not allow anybody to come to those shorelines. But what a beautiful shot, what a beautiful connection coming in from the side of Aditya. Just he could convert that knock into a finish. 4 Kings wouldn't have had a great start.
For sure. I mean, when you lose the players early on, it's going to make an impact. But oh my god, I guess BGMI Gods is hearing you, Arka. I mean, you wanted a fairy pair circle, and it seems like they're just trusting your words. And now this is going to make a lot of collisions. UP50, they're sitting in the dead center. Now they've got a big responsibility on their shoulder. They have to get a lot of finishes because the position that they're holding, it's like it's a golden opportunity for them.
Yeah, and also look at how you make opportunities for yourself. Team TE, immediately from that Seven Sister building, they immediately move inside of the circle, holding one corner of it. And since the splash of colors are coming in from the northern eastern side of the map, I'll be looking forward to see that who's going to take that longer rotation from the Gatka region and come in from the western side of that, Feripia region. But before I speak further, it seems like BLT are in a little bit of a trouble after losing one of her players, and Max is looking forward to take revenge as Saga might be coming into his crosshairs anytime soon.
Fly Esports, they had a good impression in the first 3 games, 14 finishes in their name. But against Blacklist Esports, again, they are inside the circles, so they don't need to kind of rotate as early as possible. They're holding the edge. It's one of the most beneficial positions that you desire to be in right now. But not a great start for Blacklist Esports, right? They have lost one of their players, not having a single finish in their name. And now they also have to keep it in a check because a lot of rotations, we actually saw a swarm of teams rotating from the northeastern corridor. So that kind of raises a lot of concern from them.
Oh, now the concerns are in the lobbies, in the team of RS8. Look at that, 4 a.m. They don't miss much and they make the best use of their crosshairs. And that is how you attack a moving vehicle. More than one player is going to be concentrating on that vehicle, explode it in its path, and make sure they pick up that finish, the knock or the finish. And now Maverick, he's going to be getting few shots, and obviously it's going to be a defensive maneuver coming in from the side of RS8.
You can see them, the entire split. Savage is trapped, Maddie's in the distance. They will be looking forward to at least give him, yeah, even lost Bablu. So now this is really concerning, because if you are ruling since 80s, you've got a good start, one finish in your pocket, and then again you lose 2 players during the rotation. This is drastically going to affect them.
The 2 players especially basic form. He's going to be one of those assaulters they would want to have in the final moments of the game. But since he's not there, the game style is going to eventually change. Ruling Senseities will now look forward for possession points, but Savage, I think he has other thoughts. He's still trying to do something different. Whereas SN Federal from the other corner, he's got a knock and a finish. Signature RF.
7, they're just rotating, but the position is kind of revealed. Karuda, sir. All the 4 players are alive. That's the biggest, I would say, positive point for Signature RF at this moment. Keeping all the 4 players alive, and they're also tanking some damage from the blue zone. They will be looking forward to take a late entry. But 4 AM, they have some different intentions, clearing off every other player who is coming in front of them.
That's how you need to pick those finishes on the go. You just can't slam into an opponent's vehicle and not expect casualty. But rather, if you find them moving somewhere around you, make the best use of your crosshair. Knock them down, convert that into a finish. And when you know that you have that early 4-5 finishes, and then you'll have a little bit of a peace of mind to think of where to enter the circle from, and it becomes much more easier. And suddenly, all suddenly, we can see that the circle is going to be betraying Tense Esports completely, as they're in the opposite side of the circle, and now they'll have to make their way inside with so many good teams holding those hard compounds.
Not only that, Arka, look at the high altitude positions. One is under control of 4 AM. They also need to breeze through it, but no way! No way, Lucknow Giants! They have been completely wiped off. There is literally no second chance for them.
I mean, complete decimation coming from a single man, and a bandit god over here is trying to replicate the same for the side of CR. That's going to be CODERED. He's got several finishes, raw officials. A little bit of a trouble as the revival will be coming in easily. But what the opponents are going to do is make sure that they explode the vehicle as well. Mayhem versus raw officials. 2 big bulls locking arms, and let's see who will be coming out of this safe.
Even Signature RF takes an exit. Mayhem into some real big trouble. They're not just being targeted by one team, but raw officials. Abhi has his eyes on them. Goku and Coffin, they're literally trapped in this shack. It's barely any space that they can move out. Even if they move out, Arka, there is not just one team. You can see in the mini-map, almost 3 to 4 teams are in the contention, but GRAVEDIGGERS, they've slammed it on raw official, but 2 of their players immediately being punished. Daljit is pulling up the strings, but Diablo, he gets one down. He's just good for one, as Yashu also takes a trade itself, and raw official standing still and stall. They won't give this control to any other team.
Qatil Jot from a distance. He has a lot of work to do. He's either going to try to save his teammate, pick up that finishes or the knocks which was given in by his teammate, or run back, tuck his tails, make sure he plays for position from here on. And things are still not over, as raw officials have now got CR8 coming in closer towards them, and they're doing everything right. And look at Daljit. He's still going to peek from the left, he's going to peek from the right, he's going to make sure that he puts an end for another team coming in closer. A grenade is going to be tossed in, and it is going to find the opponent in case, just in case, is the solo man standing.
The finishes are being stolen by the other teams. I saw one of the players of 4AM, but oh, MYM, they have been shot for a long time. They have recovered, they've got the breathing space, and now they're literally raining on raw official. Abhi OP needs an immediate attention from his team. He needs a revival. Diablo is still surviving, but he cannot do anything. He's helpless. While Pekka cooking up another nade. Might just give some little bit of damage towards them.
He had 3 grenades, and I was expecting Pekka to actually toss all of it, start a carpet bombing in 3 different directions, and you know, in that splash radius probably would have found a player or 2, but it's Mayhem who's giving him a lot of trouble. This is the 3rd time he's patching himself up, and he needs to be careful because he's lost all his players, and he's the solo man standing. He's got a little bit of a circle to play around with. But by the looks of it, I don't think so he'll be making it to the next circle, which has formed up. And to that very center, we have 4 AM as well as Ruling Senseities.
The Lady Luck is in the favor of 4 AM right now, Arka. I mean, they have been inside the circle for a longer period of time. And look at the control that they have. But finally, it seems RS8 ruling since 80s. Might just face some backlashes, but oh my god, this is a big surprise. Password. He might have got a mini heart attack from Savage as he goes down, and that's another finish added to ruling since 80s.
Savage. He's got 4 smokes with him. He's deployed it too. And it seems like he's going to be deploying some more to keep himself hidden. But one big problem which might occur is that he'll lose sight of whoever is trying to rush towards him from different directions. He's got to be tunnel visioned. But I hope he's ready for it as 4 a.m. They understand it's important for them to clear off all the backstabs. But the big problem is this. There's more than one team who's trying to enter the circle from this corner.
It's not just forking, it's also Team 7. 2 teams might just look forward to enter and hold this very same spot. But the eyes, look at them. It's on Tense Esports. They haven't got a lot of presence in this particular map. But the position where 4 a.m. is, I really doubt they will allow Team Tense Esports to just take any more steps deep inside the circle. They do have a small shack to play along with, but followed by that Mayhem. Now they will force Team Raw Official not to enter the circle because they have got the shack cover itself.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for Mayhem to hold them back now. Because Daljit, he's told his teammates, we need to clear them off and make sure we move forward. They're putting smokes here and there, but Goku has done that initial damage. A follow-up grenade is going to be tossed in. But will that get that finish through? Daljit is low on his HP. As Ayush comes in a bit more closer from a different angle, but Goku is going to be falling short. Abhi OP, he puts that perfect grenade coffin. He has to be careful because 2 crosshairs are going to be coming in through that door. All he'll have to do is wait for it. It's a Molotov. He's going to be tossed in, but it's not going to do much damage. Coffin has got a great opportunity over here. Misses the first shot, the second one as well. He's going to be stepping out of cover a little bit. But I don't think so. He's going to be finding any of the players out there. As Abhi Official with the perfect grenade will be putting an end for the side of Mayhem.
10 finishes already. Raw Official, they're just like a steady mountain at this point, not letting anybody take down their any comrade. And even Mayhem took an exit with 0 finishes in the 10th spot, so they won't be getting any placement point as well. And this is challenging for sure, but Raw Official, look at the position. Now another team in the question will be UP15. Look at the nades coming in their direction already.
UP50, they've had their own problems on the other corner. It's gonna be Tens who had enough of waiting and now looking forward to pick up finishes. And the closest team they have, and obviously the only team which can backstab them, is gonna be the side of... Oh my god. UP50. I really thought that the grenade would have connected, and that's why I took that pause. But still, UP50, it looks like they've got vehicles and they might look forward to come in as anonymous. This grenade could give the right kind of opening.
Look at Quagmire, Arca, look at the position he's holding. It's barely any point, but this nade! It's gonna take down 2! There's only one player surviving. It's SG7, but UP50, they knew it. This is the time, this is the position. And by a blink of an eye, Tense Esports takes a drastic exit.
UP50, perfect use of those throwables. It was the Molotov which cooked up the complete squad of Tense Esports. A little bit of a disappointment coming in from their side, but Raw Officials now realize that they have to go to the center of the circle, or at least hold up one corner of the circle where they're going to be challenged from Fly. I don't think so it's going to be easy for Fly to go get that revival done as well, because there's several other players coming in a bit more closer. Savage comes out in the open. 4 a.m. Dragon is on the path of redemption, but he doesn't get one. As he walks back, he's going to be caught off guard. Oh my goodness, it was not only the fire but also Vibro from Fly who puts him down.
Fly Esports, they're having a dream run right now. They might have just got 2 players, but they have got a big opportunity to get a lot more finishes. But UP50, they have got the attention of Raw Official, and Circa seems to be going for a death race, wants to overrun them. He gets one. And this is going to make an impact as Sarkar. He needs to return to his position. 3 of the players were knocked out. But UP50, they will wipe out the entirety of Raw Official. And what a run they are having right now.
They've got the circle under their control. They've got vehicles to traverse around. They've got the man advantage. Everything is aligned for this team. And they're going to take it in style. But they need to be careful. They need to make sure that they stick together. Look at that. If you look at the mini map, 2 players are right to the dead center of the circle, whereas the other 2 are a little bit away. Probably, they're looking forward for some information. Little boy,
Oh,
as soon as he
Savage.
gets into the crosses of Savage, he's got to put him down and probably looking forward for that finish. Ruling since 80s, Savage is the solo man who's carried his team into the top 3.
Oh my god, KSR. He's gonna confirm it while Vibro is surviving. He just misses by an inch, but Vibro could completely spot it. KSR won't give him any breather. UP50, 13 finishes already, but Savage, he goes down and out as UP50 takes away a big chicken dinner with total of 14 finishes in their bag.
I mean, there are several teams who had enough number of finishes, right? UP 50. Then we had the side of Raw officials who welcomed every single team who rushed in towards them with open arms and made sure they crushed them down, by hugging them. And I was hoping to see such big names perform well. And it seems like today's day has started off in favor of those Steven teams. And they are living up to the expectations of their fan as well.
For sure, Arka, and the way UP50 have started, they have declared a war against all the other 15 teams that we are here to dominate. We're going to get as many points, probably 50 or 60 points, as much as they could, because getting 14 finishes and like 24 points from a single match, it's almost close to the total points that they have accumulated in the first 3 games. That's huge for UP50.
Yeah, agreed, right? The previous time they had around 15 finish points, a total of 23 points. And this time it seems like they really want to get around 40 plus points by the end of the day. And the intentions are right. They're playing it perfectly because from the beginning, they did not involve themselves in fights. They waited for their opportunity, and when the time was right, they attacked the strongest team in the lobby. As soon as they understood that Tense is the team which is in front of them, they loft grenades. They lofted a lot of throwables like Molotovs as well. When everything connected, they understood our crosshairs are hot and this is when we strike.
Yeah, I mean, 10 Sports were completely helpless, Arka. If you just look at the position that they were in, they had to enter the circle, get the southern corridor control for themselves, but they involved in a lot of fights. They were
Yeah.
involved in against Raw Official, if I'm not wrong. Again, on the other side, it was UP50. So they had to take multiple kind of collisions. Even from a distance, it was, if I'm not wrong, 4 a.m. who were keeping them in a check. So from 3 directions, they were completely clustered. But quickly jumping on to the MVP, I really believe it's going to be KSR, my pick. What's your thoughts about it?
I somewhere feel it could be Daljit as well because the kind of
Okay.
finishes even he raked up were way too high. So let's see who's going to be. No, UP50 Sarkar is going to be the man, the MVP with 9% map impact and a finish contribution of 35. He's got a decent 5 finish for his team and they'll be looking forward for his performance to turn out much more better in the upcoming maps to come.
For sure, Arkan. I mean, this player, again, the experience that he carries is immense. And by talking about that, we will be looking forward to the other 4 players, the top performers of this very first map of Erangel. We see Yashu from Raw, we see Aditya from our BLT, that is Blacklist, and from Kanha from UP50, Anonymous from UP50. So 3 of the players out of those top 5 are from UP50 itself. That kind of gives a gist about it, that the kind of performance UP50 have done in this very map of Erangel is huge.
BLT Aditya, Blacklist Esports, I really felt like, they had a lot more to bring on the table, but eventually they got wiped off and Aditya has done a decent job. But, Raw officials, I was expecting that Daljit would have done a better job, but it was Yeshu in the hiding who has done most of the damage for the team and he's got that healthy 5 finishes, a total of 10 points in just finishes. Raw officials are obviously going to be there in the top 3.
For sure, Arkan, as we speak, UP50, 24 points that they have bagged up from this match, followed by Raw Official with total of 14. They've got 4 position points, but that 10 finishes has helped them climb the ladder. But have to give credits to Ruling since 80s as well. Savage was like a big shield standing tall as much as possible. He made it to this point and got 6th position point for his team, and that definitely is going to help them a lot in the next upcoming 2 games.
Oh yes, because this one solo man, just imagine he's got around 6 position points, whereas his team was kind of having just 5 points in total from the previous week. So it's a perfect start, if you ask me, for the side of ruling since 80s. Then we have Team 7 with 5 points, Blacklist Esports with 5 points, 4 King Esports with 4 points. But the second half of the table are going to have that Wounded Soldiers who will look forward for a great comeback. And two big names amongst them have to be Mayhem and Lucknow Giants, who have gone down with just zeros and not even a single pointer.
That's definitely a nightmare that Mayhem and Lucknow Giants would definitely like to forget before the next two matches, because it was not a position that they would like to be in. But talking about that, Flanker Esports and CODERED, they were able to sum up like 3 total points for themselves from this match. But Tense Esports, I would say the favorite team in the entire lobby, or I would say the most performing team in the entire group, it was Tense Esports. But having a start like this, I really want to see how can they make a comeback in the next couple of matches.
I mean, they've proved themselves before, right? By getting 2 chicken dinners, they've shown us that, they are capable of a perfect comeback. And in the map of Miramar and Sanhok, I can expect at least 1 chicken dinner coming in from their side. And if it does happen, then they're going to have that healthy buffer of 60 to 70 points to be safe in the top 16 itself.
For sure. I mean, they already had 52 points almost in the first 3 games, and now when it
Yeah.
comes down to the next 3 games, we've already completed one, but next two is definitely going to determine. But for you to be a part of BGIS 2024, make sure you complete your in-game qualifiers by tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be the last date. If you haven't completed all your 15 matches, make sure to do it by tonight or by tomorrow night itself, because out of that, only best 10 games, at least 10 chicken dinners will be counted. And make sure you play with the 4 main players in any 4 maps that you desire, but not on any event mode.
Yes, and that's the most important. Do not forget your main playing 4, no substitute players, as well as all the maps, all the given 4 maps, and with no events in it. But coming back to what has happened in the first map, Necro, I really was kind of shocked to see that Tenz Esports getting eliminated with just 1 point. Obviously, it was the rotation mistake. They did not expect somebody like UP50 or Raw officials to hold the corners of the map. And IGL is just going to be cursing himself for taking his team out there in the open.
For sure, and that was definitely a very tough call for them. And in that kind of situations, even professional big teams, tier 1
Yeah.
teams, are also sometimes crumbling down. So that's a very, very tough situation. But you know what? Our publishers have got some brilliant stuffs coming inside the game. So yeah, that's going to be the X suit, and we'll have a look on it.
The X suit it is, right? I like the guy with the long hair. And I wish that I had the X suit in the game. I've been so busy in BGIS. As soon as it's over, I'm for sure going and trying to get my hands on the X suit itself.
I mean, I do imagine you cosplaying that outfit, Arka, not gonna lie. And you will look definitely good. You having a lion beside you and sitting on a throne or something. I mean, I
A
kind of
lion
imagine
beside me
sometimes
in a
because of
cosplay, I think, is way too much.
you can kind of arrange it, but definitely it was something that I really wish, because of your long hairs. But again, coming back to the game, the next match is going to be in the map of Miramar, the map of
Yeah.
Golden Sand. And for now, it's going to be really important for a lot of teams to make a comeback here and now.
Yes, one amongst them have to be Team Fly Esports, because they had enough finish points previously, but it seems like they're falling short when it comes to that. UP50, obviously they have a good momentum which they can build on. Raw Official is also having the same kind of story. Team Mayhem on the other side is going to be one of those teams who need to step up a bit more. because when they had that great chance of getting a lot of finish points, it seems like they've crumbled down because of that pressure.
They certainly have Arca, and I feel like Team Mayhem,
Ooh.
considering. Oh, what? What is the surprise for? You didn't
I
expect
mean,
me?
I wasn't expecting you to be on the list so early. I was like, you know what? Let me prepare myself, give Necros a good goodbye, and then welcome you. And suddenly I can hear a sweet voice hit my ear. I'm like, ooh, okay.
Sometimes, Arca, we're too late to bid goodbyes, but it's fine. That is life for you. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am here and I'm having a ball. I really had a very good viewing experience of the first game just because of the fact that the teams were brilliant and the approach was right. For UP50, the approach was right. For Team Mayhem, not so much, but for Raw Officials, they were a
Yeah.
very healthy comeback. They were possibly one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby, apart from the fact that they got being taken down by UP50. But considering that this team, they've got a start, I believe that on the map of Miramar, they can continue that same momentum. They did get a lot of points and they had a good platform from the first week as well. So now I think is the D time. Now is the go call will be made for the team. On Miramar, on Sanhok, the Raw Officials, I'm expecting this team to go all the way.
I mean, they were not the most aggressive team, if you ask me, but they were the most defensive team, because every single time there were new teams approaching the shack, they were ready, they were prepared, and they knew how to take those close range fights. And I expect Raw Officials to, kind of hold those final circles and then concentrate on getting those mid range fights. But again, as me and Necros were discussing, we would want Dulci to pick up that bolt action, and I would really want to listen to some skulls breaking out.
And for sure, I mean, we do have that nostalgic part of the game, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
in the current meta, the snipers, they don't really work, Ark, and I think Daljit has realized that. For us to digest the fact that Daljit is not going to pick up that sniper, I think it must have been more difficult for him to give up his beloved weapon, but then he has
Yeah.
adapted to the styles. And I think on the map of Miramar, we will get to see some DMR action from his side, Mini 14s, SKS, or SLR. I think we've seen that happen. Sometimes we have seen Daljit pick up that car 98 as well, but it's been very rare. And I don't really think the Team Raw officials need that. With the way their assaulters are performing, I want this team to go face to face against teams and actually take the fight to them.
You know what? Yes, that could be the right approach for the game, but for us fans, it's all about sitting on top of that high ground of the hills of Picardo, having a car 98 or an M24, looking around, and every single time you find somebody, just pop their head and make everybody happy. But yes, you said it right. They need to make sure that they pick up finishes, because we are in such position of this tournament. It's time for them to pick up finish, not only the finishes, but also try to survive until the final circles.
Absolutely. Well, surviving until the final circle will start when you start the match. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the go call has been made. The Big Bird is back up in the skies. And I am super excited because the map of Miramar, with the past couple of days that we have seen so far, has been a little passive. Teams have taken their sweet time to get adjusted to it, get into the mix of things, get themselves good positions, and then start their approach. But today, I'm hoping for some differences. I'm hoping for a different story. But as of now, of course, the flight path is what we're going to talk about. We are going to start from the right hand side of Partona and we're going to end at Campo Militar. Of course, Arca, it seems like we are heading quite deep towards the eastern shoreline. What do you think of the teams who want to go towards the west?
I mean, they have to be careful, because there are several teams who would want to go to the Ladrillero region, the Power Grid, the San Martin, the ASEAN, the Del Patron, the El Pozo. So they will have to have vehicles for themselves. And since there are limited spawn locations here and there, we can expect the first set of fight to take place at the spawn regions itself.
Well, at the spawn regions or the drop locations is where majority of the fights are going to take place. But as of now, the biggest cluster that I can see so far is in Los Leones. Not surprising at all because it literally is the biggest city inside of the game, not just in this map, but across all the four maps that we have in the competitive circuit. Los Leones is the biggest city. So it can house 3 or 4 teams comfortably, but usually there's been fights. But on the other side, speaking of fights, we do have CODERED Esports and Flanker Esports duking it out. And CODERED, they've already waved the red flag against the Flanker Esports as of now. Early
Oh,
advantage, the
yes.
first knock and the first finish is theirs. In fact, 2 finishes in their name. Flanker Esports, they haven't had an answer so far.
I really like this approach coming in from the side of CODERED. One player is going to be the eyes for the rest, having that high ground advantage and also gaining information of all the opponents, but he needs to be careful. I don't think so. It's a fair thing to do
Wow!
for him to rush in against the DBS.
Nice!
And this is going to be the case. But Slasher is going to be stopped in his tracks as a perfect backup comes in from his teammates. And now it all comes down to the last man. He's trying to come out in the open, making the same mistake as his teammate, where he can stay in those hard compounds, trying to, evade from this fight. Probably find a spawn here and there, a vehicle from here and there, and run away. He's got that Piccolo. But can he fly back to safety?
Flanker Esports, a very surprising fact about this team is that they do have a chicken dinner under their belt. Them getting taken down so early in this game was not expected, but now look at this, Team T7. They are up against Blacklist Esports, and Blacklist, they have slammed into this compound. Not a lot of weaponry on Benny, but he does have that shotgun. The pump action shotgun has to be very precise with it. Missed the first shot, whips the second one as well, and now he's been brought down. Team Blacklist Esports, will they be able to come back? Not really. Team T7, they ate them for breakfast, and now, of course, they're going to take their loot as well.
Oh, Team 7. It seems like, all these teams are prepared for that initial battle. And this is what I was speaking about. Those drop clashes and getting those early 4 finishes, which is going to boost their confidence. Imagine Buddha from here on. How well he can play.
3 finishes on board, definitely has all the 4 players up and alive. Team 7, they're looking extremely strong. But the start wasn't ideal, and so hasn't really been the first week for them. Just 13 points on board. They definitely need to mount something miraculous to try and progress towards the top 64, the Super 64 that are going to progress towards BGIS. But as of now, we're going to shift focus. We're going to shift focus towards Lost Learners and try and understand what is the placement of teams so far. You've got Team Raw Officials, one of the star teams from the last game. You've got Team GRAVEDIGGERS. And before we talk about that, let's just move back and look at this fight yet again. Vang OP. Just really clever thinking from Team 7. Every single time just getting the advantage from that TPP. Trying and understanding where the information is, where the players are. And once they had all the positions knocked down, they knew where to strike.
Agreed. Couldn't have said that better, but coming back into Raw Officials, it's good to see that, players around Daljit are picking up finishes.
Yeah.
And giving
100%.
him that space to think about, how to make it inside the circle. And you need to have assaulters like that, right? Who will be able to live up to your expectations, restrict opponents, or probably get those knocks when required. And then eventually the IGL will have so much of confidence in you that he'll be able to take you to every nook and corner of the map. But it seems like Abhi OP, unaware of this terrain, he's going to get shot at from different directions.
Yeah, he's going to get shot at from different directions. It's Forking Esports. They try to get away from the crosshairs of Team Raw Officials, but Superman has him marked. Broken 9-9. Possibly with a broken heart. Definitely Stream is very strong as of now. 4 men strong. They will have to break other teams' hearts. They're 4 kings after all.
Now I wonder what made you think he has got a broken heart.
I don't know. Possibly since I have a broken heart. But anyway. Let's not continue this conversation, Arka. Makes me sad.
The pains of the young man. That's going to be a tale for us to recite probably on stream. But coming back over here, it's UP50 Sarkar who's not having such a great time with that buggy.
It does happen sometimes, the buggy keeps on jumping around. It's like one of those pets who are a little hard to tackle, but UP50 for them, the lobby has not been difficult for them to tackle. They did it wonderfully in the first game. And I kind of expected that. KSR and Sarkar, just like you guys were talking, they stuck together for a very, very long time, and it's been the dynamic duo.
Hey, the dynamic duo, obviously because they're brothers, right? They're blood
Mhm.
brothers. And I think that, they believe that, bonding is not just within the game, but also from the outside. But it's good
I
to
mean,
see that, yeah,
if you
but
look
it's
at
good to see that, they're sticking together as, as a single player, because they would have got several offers, the kind of firepower they're owning.
traditional sports, there's been a lot of times where brothers have faced each other. So I wouldn't have been surprised if these two players have gone on to different ways. But it's nice to see them playing together, 100%. And with Kanha, who's also like one of the top players from the last game, 5 finishes on himself, I
Yeah.
feel like this team is definitely looking strong. And this is possibly one of the strongest UP50s, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I've seen them in multiple official tournaments, multiple times. And every single time they used to knock on the doors of the big event, the main event, but somewhere down the line they slip up right at the edge. This time it's too early to predict, but I'm hoping that this team actually has a good run. They had 25 points from the first phase, and now with the first game itself, they have a great run. Hoping that they make something out on Miramar.
I guess they will, by the looks of it. And if they stick on to their strategy, which is working out for them right now, I think they will. But Cyclone IGL, he's got an opportunity to strike, and that's what he's gonna do. Trying to spray down at least one player. Probably the bigger vehicle would have been the better target. He just concentrated on a buggy, which is easier to traverse through those looks and crannies. But oh, that player M24 a little bit forward is what he would like to put it down. But yes, he's got that opportunity to remove the vehicle tires, but he misses with the first few shots.
The M24 Arca, you were talking about it. The bolt action is back. And especially on Miramar, we do get to see certain instances where players use it for a while. But then again, you've gotta have to give it up when the final circle approaches, and it's definitely not the best when it actually comes to the esports aspect of the game. So that's one of the reasons why I think I have sort of moved on over from the M24.
See,
You
if you're
guys who are
playing the
watching
map
back at
of
home,
Miramar,
I think
obviously
to
you'll need
them
it.
the M24 is one of their favorite weapons. I guess they would love to hear that sound.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Because UP50, look at their position. I just love their position right now.
As of now, if you do look at the circle, it is approaching that Los Linus region, just slightly above it. Maybe on the hills of La Bendita. That is where things might get quite interesting because you do have a lot of topography involved in the picture. You've got Team UP50 holding that region, Team 4AM currently on our screens. Necros pointed out a very interesting fact. Password definitely was involved in the LAN finals of BGIS 2023, but apart from that, the rest of the team has actually moved on. And that's quite interesting because 4AM, they were such a side who really excelled in the old point system. Their placement games, their positioning games was spot on, their rotations, nobody could read them. But with the change in times, with the change in eras, you've also got to change the wind and the way you play, and it seems like they could not really do so. Signature RF so far, even they have had a tough time inside the entirety of week 1. They've had 0 points. This week they had to do something Superman, but so far it seems like their dreams are getting crushed. And who are crushing them? No surprise, it's once again UP50 Anonymous getting the first frag for himself.
Anonymous. We did speak about this man. Coming in from Revenge. And he was one of the best assaulters of Revenge Esports as well. And UP50, I guess they found the right man for themselves. And we did see it, right? The kind of support he gave in the previous game was also phenomenal.
Team 7, what has happened to them? One of their players has been knocked down. Team 4 aggressive men are charging in towards them. We did not get to see this knock, but I wonder where the rest of the players are. I mean, from the map feed, it is very evident that they are making their rotations. They are possibly trying to move away from the situation. But I want to know what their next approach is going to be like. Do they plan on converging upon 4 a.m. or are they keeping their fallen man behind as a sacrificial pawn?
I mean, 4 a.m. It's more of them trying to play for the center of the circle and then trying to open up their firepower and picking those finishes. And I'm hoping to see them having all 4 men in the final moments of the game. In the previous one, yes, they did find a little bit of a trouble making it inside the circle, but IGL this time probably will come up with a new strategy altogether, as still at the corner of the map at San Martin. Probably he's waiting for the next circle to form up.
Speaking on the next circle, I think we are not going to get any hard shift. I am anticipating a normal central shift towards La Bendita. And I think majority of the teams are also doing that. You see that cluster, UP50 ruling since 80s. You've got Team GRAVEDIGGERS as well, Lucknow Giants, CODERED ESPORTS, all of these teams right around that periphery. Because capturing the hills of La Bendita is really important. You've got to get those high grounds and the topography under your control as soon as you possibly can, so that you can control other teams' rotations and possibly cut them off, because that is where you get those finishes.
Tense Esports. And this is one of those teams who need to perform in this map. I know they've got a decent 52-pointer from week 1, but it also comes down to an average of 25 points, which they need to take away from this week to be in the top 16. We were discussing this, right? Probably the cutoff will be somewhere between 70 to 80 points, and they need to get those 20-pointer from this week.
And before the start of today, Tense Esports, to my surprise, they certainly were in contention for the top 16, undoubtedly. And I think they still are. I mean, they've just had one bad game, and you cannot discount the 2 chicken dinners that they have on board already. A great side. Prince has been performing beautifully so far.
Yeah.
But the problem is Prince is not playing today. It's the other 4 players who are playing. When your star player does not play, it does affect the mentality of the rest of the playing 4.
I guess that's how you prepare your team as well. In times of emergency, it seems like he's told them sit out for the first 2 games. In case we do well, we're going to continue with the same lineup, and if required, you come back in the final game and make sure that we pick up those valuable chicken dinner with around 6 to 7 points, which will eventually give that 70 to 80% average.
That's not how you works. How can you put your main man on the bench and try? Because again, I understand the fact that they had secured qualification already, but then for a team who had such a great start, I personally felt they were aiming for top 16, and top 16 wouldn't be a surety for yourself. Just like you said, 70 to 80 points is what we are anticipating, and for that, Team Empire needed a good performance today. The start has been dismal. I possibly felt that maybe on the map of Miramar, Prince will come back, but no, that's not the case. But with that being said, the circle has also taken a massive shift away from all the urban mainland. We are moving towards the deserts, ladies and gentlemen.
It's all going to come down to the trigger discipline, which we just saw, but still not even one bullet connected over there. Team 7, they need to calm down. It seems like after losing a player, things have turned around for them. Look at that. They again targeting another team altogether, but it seems like they're not able to connect much. But this time around, Maddie does get a lot of damage, but he survives with a sliver of HP.
Ruling since the 80s, they've been caught down, but it seems like they've had a good position, unless apart from the fact that they do decide to rotate out. One of their players has definitely been pinned down, but on the other side, it seems like Brothers Till Death, they're going against Team Tense Esports. Tense Esports, of course, did try to land up certain nades to try and push up that ambush coming towards them, but so far there has been no connection. Griffin is quite low on HP, and the splash damage from SG7 is actually going to take him down. Team 10's esports, they're amping up the heat right now, Arka.
This is how you play the game, right? You play with your positives up front or your advantages. You forget about your disadvantages. And this time around, they knew the throwables can do the job and they rely on it perfectly. 3 different players landed to perfection and get 3 finishes individually. And Jatin, all he's got to do is support his teammates.
And this is where they have to kind of outshine Brothers Till Death. I mean, they definitely are out of the game right now, so technically they have died, but they have to be brothers even after that, because next game they're going to respawn once again, an opportunity to come back. But for 10's esports, this is a good start. 3 finishes on board, all the 4 players are alive. They have a wonderful position inside the circle. They're looking to dominate, but they will have to continue that run. But for now, of course, we do have Lucknow Giants on our screen. Another giant in the community, of course. They've played in the biggest of tournaments. Of course, not this lineup. This is a new lineup, Dead Player Cyclone and Frenzy Mogambo. But I'm talking about heritage here, and Lucknow Giants, they definitely have the right share of it. Surprisingly enough, all their points in the first phase, they came in from finish points, Arka.
Oh, yes. And since they were trained under the Hyderabad Hydras lineup academy, right? Academy lineup they were. And they would have understood to be a bit more aggressive. And with this points table almost favoring those who want those finish points, it will allow them. But Sarkar shows us exactly how to trace down a vehicle and put the player down. No, it was a good run for them. But TE on the other side. And that's a good start. Dead player. There's another bolt action coming up.
Yeah, he does have the bolt action coming up. But is he marking that on someone? That's the question. Raw officials as of now, they're trying to gatekeep 4 Kings.
Oh, yes.
Shots being fired. Thunder, oh my goodness, how is he still alive? Man had to give up on his vehicle, but now he is going to get electrocuted. This is the 3rd circle. And I'm pretty sure the damage is going to be considerable. You cannot neglect that. Since their vehicles are out of commission, I doubt how 4 King they are going to traverse this entire distance. But on the other side, Yashu, he's heard the movement. He's heard Godless is making that movement and he wants to trace him down. Not give him any opportunity. This is textbook gatekeeping, Arka.
Oh, I just love every bit of it. 4 Kings, they are in deep troubles if you ask me. Superman tried to trace him down and eventually there's another crosshair waiting for him. The DMR does connect and this time around there's a knock. And they need to revive him as quickly as possible. Did the shots come in from a different angle? And that's the question which need to be answered.
The Scar L. Had it been an M4, it could have been so much better, but the jitter on the Scar L is just way too much. I never really prefer it when it actually comes down to spraying vehicles on the move. The bullet spread is just a little too much as compared to an M4. And possibly one of the reasons why Yashu could not connect that vehicle. A lot of damage was being dealt, but I felt like a lot of bullets were wasted.
He could have gone down on his belly as well. Or, you know, crouched around as well. But it was more about him staying inside that hard cover, right? His teammate got knocked off. He understood if he comes out in the open, the story is going to be a little bit harder for their team. But look at what's happening on the eastern side of the circle.
Potentially, you know, Arka, I feel like you can control recoil by going onto your belly, but then the bullet spread is something which is beyond your control. That's the weapon's default settings, right? And that is one of the reasons why I've always been preferring the M4. Added to that fact, you can attach the tac stock as well, which kind of makes it easier for you to go and spray down longer distances. But for now, it seems like the close ranges are also not safe enough. CODERED esports, they are waving their red flag all along.
It's time. It's time they do. 4 AM. They've been holding that position for a long time now. And we did see that CODERED had complete information. Knowledge is power, my friend. Especially when it comes to the map of Miramar. This statement amplifies by 10 times. And on the other side, 4 AM. The spread they have in the graveyard region, I feel that's going to make them even more vulnerable. And look at this Mogambo. He just survives. Even though Splash Radius was way too close to him, he somehow survives.
Yeah, he actually does. Team T7 as of now, Psycho66 is on the lookout for the rest of the teammates. Lucknow joined. They certainly are in shambles. Cyclone IGL has been brought down. The rest of the two players not in position. And look at that shot. Frenzy. Okay. He has been brought down to about 10 HP. The nade comes flying in. Is it going to connect? That's the question. Even Mogambo is quite low on HP. I wonder if there are no healing utilities. Lucknow joined. They are supposed to be the giants in this lobby, but now they are struggling. Team T7, they certainly are making the move. Benny's going to take him down if I'm not mistaken, and that's how Team Lucknow joins. They're going to crumble yet again. Just falling prey, but now Team T7, for them, they have to kind of change their focus.
Look at the headlines right now. Raw
Nice!
officials have been eliminated with just 0 finishes. And from the other side, there's going to be grenades tossed in. Mugambo down on his knees. There's no way he's going to get revived. But Mayhem, they're going to be rushing in because they understand that SN are right now wounded. And they can pick up all those finishes and convert that into valuable points for themselves.
Team Mayhem actually lost players in that fight. I had no clue why. This was their fight to win, but they have lost bodies, and that's not how it's supposed to happen. But they still are not going behind. Goku is the only player who has fallen, but then look at the rest of the players. Narsen, Coffin, Aman, experienced players. We have seen them in BGIS before, and now they are looking to hunt the buggy, and the vehicle comes flying in. 2 players on top of one, but he's hit back. He's managed to hit back one. But that's it. That's all she wrote for him. Coffin, great recovery in that fight in Team Mayhem. They retain all their 3 players with 6 finishes on board, Arka.
I really like this gameplay coming in from the side of Mayhem. They knew that they had to go a little bit aggressive to clear off that corner of the map. But Bablu, what a beautiful grenade tossed in from his side. But Anonymous is down on his knees. All he can do is give information. And this time, Sarkar wants to come in closer. He's got the deadly shotgun, but can he do the damage? UMP, he comes out in the open, but eventually walks into his crosshairs. Sarkar doesn't miss much, and he's going to be rewarded this time around with 1 finish.
UP50, they're singling out those players and taking them down one by one. Maddie's the only one who is still surviving from ruling since 80s. And he has been surrounded. Look at KSR's position. CODERED also involved in the mix of things, but the only problem lies that KSR is quite out in the open, and I'm not sure if his backlines are protected from Maverick. If 4 AM do decide to pincer him down, I think he is down and dusted, but Mayhem also involved in the picture, and this is such a nice platform for some carnage, ladies and gentlemen. And we are prepared. CODERED, all that they can possibly do is try and drop as many smokes as possible to try and put up a visual blockade, but visual blockades are not going to be enough. On the other side, Team 10's esports are being broken down like a house of cards. UP50 just showering everything that they have in their arsenal. Jatin is the last one who is still standing. Kana has been brought down, Arka. What is happening?
I mean, it's war, all right. It's war, all right. It's going to be coming in from left, right, and center. Anonymous is going to be tossing in either a smoke or a grenade, making sure that he's got a little bit of a hard cover. But he needs to watch out for Mayhem, as they're trying to gatekeep anybody who's trying to enter inside of the circle. Jatin heals himself, now comes out in the open. He knows that he's got a shot. Does he take it? Yes, he does. Anonymous in deep troubles. He does connect the shot as well. Now again, he'll have to patch up to make it inside of the circle. He's got enough, if you ask me, until he goes outside of the blue. But who's waiting for him on the other side? It's going to be KSR down on his belly, waiting for him to come inside. And probably he can connect the shots if required.
This man, Jatin, all by himself, is just holding up Team 10's esports. 7 finishes on this lad all by himself. CODERED, for them the red flag has come flying back. Team Mayhem firing on all cylinders, but now it's a 1v1. But do not forget where the nade comes flying in. It's one explosion, and that's it. That's a 3-pointer right there. LeBron James is going to be proud, but look at this team. 10's esports, they're not stopping, and they do not intend to stop either. CODERED esports, I think the last man who is still standing is going to bite the dust extremely soon. Alpha OP, one explosion, and he will get down, but Team 10's esports, they are relentless. They're not stopping, Arka.
Oh, look at the number of grenades they have. Jatin still has 4 more, and he knows that the carpet bombing is going to reward them more. 15 finishes with 9 on the single man, and he's not going to stop until he gets that double digit for himself. There is the push coming in. Jatin, he needs to be careful. I don't think so. They have an information that Alpha is still alive amongst the smoke. And in case Alpha strikes, that's going to be the end of the story for this team. But later, he realizes that there is a player inside the smoke, finishes him up first, and now the concentration is towards UP50 KR7.
I'm pretty sure they had the information of Alpha's position because they were the ones who were nading him. But look at this. Team 10's Esports just eliminating these players like it's child's play. Anurag has been brought down as well. Fly Esports. This team had majority of the map control, but now they are blinkering near death. What have you done, Jatin? Bringing back Quagmire, once again bringing back hopes that this team is possibly going to make its way towards top 16. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, because here comes 10's Esports to make waves.
You were speaking about the star player sitting out. Does it make a difference now?
I take my words back, man. I take my words back.
I mean, this is how you play, right? You need to make sure that you shut down mouths. You need to play like as if you have nothing to lose. And they're doing everything perfectly. But Fly, the spread is good, if you ask me, a 2v2 spread. But they need to realize that there are several other players around who can do the damage. Anurag needs to be careful of that splash radius. Now Jatin is going to be running out of grenades. But on the other side comes another one. This time around is Loft one, very, very close to Anurag. Doesn't do much damage. Needs to heal himself. Then eventually go in for that push.
Jatin taking shots against Vibro. The map control is not there. Jatin has been brought down. The main man has been brought down. And now it's a 1v4. Make it a 4v0 as Team Fly Esports. Opportunity was there, but opportunity has been taken aback. Fly Esports, they were not going to surrender their map control. Neither were they going to surrender their winner chicken dinner. Of course, they were hungry and they had to eat Team 10's Esports for lunch. But of course, Team 10's Esports, they've made waves absolutely because so many finishers on board and from position where they were almost succumbing to death. I think this has been a comeback and a half, Arka.
Yes, completely agreed. But again, there were several other teams who've taken the limelight away from them. One has to be the side of 10s, the kind of aggression they carried, the amount of finishes they've raked up, and also that of 4AM, who somehow survived until the top 3, and they had got some decent amount of finishes as well.
Absolutely. I mean, 4AM, we talked about them. They definitely had their placement game in check, right? That was their signature style even last season, this season as well. They kind of bring it back into the picture. And I wonder how many points do they have because I did not really see 4AM a lot on the finish fit. In fact, on the other side, Team Mayhem were very active with their weaponry. Team Mayhem was there. Team Fly was also doing pretty well. And I think Team UP50, they are just continuing the run of form. They are just continuing the consistency, getting points in every single fight. I wonder where do they land on the overall standings because this is where things start to get interesting. How many teams are qualifying and who is qualifying to which round of the BGIS is what we have to talk about.
I mean, UP50, right? They're calculating it right, if you ask me, because they had around 20 points in the first week. Now, one game, they almost got another 20, make it around 40 points. And from here on, they would have decided, you know what? Let's go for 10 points each. And once we reach that 60 to 70 marker, probably it'll be round 3 or round 4. And it's not going to be lesser than that. So they're keeping it calm. They're doing things right. All they'll have to do is push a little bit harder when it comes to the map of Sanhok and probably cement themselves into the top 16 itself.
Absolutely. And even Team 7, as a matter of fact, I think they also had a decent game. But the fact that they kind of went up against Team Mayhem, Signature RF was also there. For Team Mayhem, losing out Goku in that fight where they ran in with vehicles was a really not the ideal situation. But I kind of expected Team Mayhem to make it in the final circles just because of their gunpowder was being so strong in the mid-game stages as well. But UP50, just like you mentioned, I think all the players are playing brilliantly. But them getting taken down by 10's Esports in a fight where nades are being utilized, I did not expect that because KSR and Sarkar, they are specialists when it actually comes to nading.
Yes, completely agreed. And also the rotation, which fell a little bit wrong, if you ask me, from the side of Mayhem. Trying to get that center control when an open fields like that did backfire against them. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to check the MVP of the previous game. A strong contenders coming in from every team, but there was one man standing atop of all of them. And that has to be Jatin from the side of 10's Esports. And let's see whether that's going to be the confirmation. Yes, it is 9 finishes, 15% map impact, and 52% contribution. Wait, if it's 52, what's the total number of finishes?
If it's 52, then okay, now you're putting me in a math situation, but I think they've got 17 eliminations in total. That is a lot of points, to be honest. 17 eliminations in total, 9 finishes all by this man, and a map impact of 15%. That's huge. This is a groundbreaking performance. And over the course of days, I think, Arka, we have seen several performances like this. I still remember that performance from Krishna Jord with 11 eliminations. I still remember another performance with 10 plus eliminations as well. And talking about top performances, let's just talk about the top performers of this game. You've got a Jatin at 9, Coffin at 4, Quagmire. Somebody has to give credit to this man as well, because he was knocked down and Jatin made sure that Quagmire comes back to his feet, finished off a team before he moved on to another one, smoked up, brought back Quagmire, and from then point on, I think his impact has also been brilliant. 4 finishes, 7% map impact, 23% finish contribution, and then of course you come down to the usual suspects. Sarkar 33 from UP, 53 finishes on him, and Sagar from Fly Esports with 3 finishes on him as well. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of speculation. Let's just find out how many points that these teams had acquired from this game. Denz Esports, surprisingly enough, 17 finish points, but just 6 position points. 23 points in total. Team Fly on them have 16. GRAVEDIGGERS, they have 9 points for themselves, and UP50 on 9 as well.
Oh, Team Mayhem slowly trying to make a comeback, 8 early finishes, and then eventually trying to hold that center of the circle. You know, they couldn't hold off for much longer, as 9 points is all they have. 4 aggressive men on the other side. You know, I really like their composition. They were holding the corner of the map. It's just that it was very much in the open. All they played for position points in the final moments and did gain those valuable 4 points. As CODERED, I was expecting a little bit more from this team. But yes, an average of 6 points. I'm done with it.
An average of 6 points. But now look at this. The second page, of course, you've got 4King Esports on 3 points, Signature RF on 2, Ruling Since 80s on 1, and the rest of it all is a 0. I mean, for Raw officials, did not really expect that to happen, because the last game was brilliant. They were taking down teams for fun, and that momentum did not continue. And I think this will come to a standstill, because the next map is going to be Sanhok, and it will be very tough for them to bounce back. For Lucknow Giants, I really think they can do a lot better, Arka, when it comes to their rotations, because, you know, getting caught out in the open on a map of Miramar, that is the usual stuff. That is the mistakes that majority of the teams who are starting out usually make, and majority of the teams who are experienced, they understand how to sort of avoid that, how to
Yeah.
avoid the mid-rotation battles. I think Lucknow Giants doing such mistakes, they will have to go back to the drawing board and discuss what's going wrong.
I mean, and also one more thing, the spread they have when the knocks come through. They're so far away from one another. By the time they reach their teammate, either they are in a vulnerable position or they might lose that player itself. So they need to be careful in how they're going to take the fights in the map of Sanhok, because if you're knocked out, you're going to get finished off as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely. But with that being said, I am super excited for the next game, because that will be the last for this group. The map of Sanhok, of course. You've got UP50, who will be a suspect. You've got Team Mayhem, who also has an opportunity. Raw officials, maybe. I'm not really sure. But since we're talking about chances, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, you also have a chance to make it to BGIS 2024. All you've got to do is play your in-game qualifiers. If you have registered already with your 4 main players, all you've got to do is get in your game and play 10 classic matches. In fact, actually do make sure play 15 classic matches, out of which your top 10 will be calibrated. And then if you actually do well enough, you stand a chance to come inside the main competition. Who knows? You might just be the next superstar. You might just be the next big name in the community, and you have that inbuilt talent. It's not just, it never really got a platform, and the Craft India Esports, they're here to give you that platform. But as of now, Karka, I mean, we've seen some stars really form from these in-game qualifiers. We've seen
Yeah.
big names coming from in-game qualifiers and make it to the LAN as well. I think this time as well, that is going to happen as well. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, we do have something very interesting. We're going to take a very short break and come back on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
A really cute game, if you actually ask me. Bullet Echo, do make sure that you actually check it out. It's a great time pass thing to do if you are playing, if you are traveling, or if you are involved in activities. Takes like 2 minutes to finish a game, and I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it as well. But ladies and gentlemen, coming back to BGIS the grind, Arka, I want to ask you this. You've seen the two games, you've seen what are the teams capable of with Sanhok in the picture of things. What is your expectation?
Ruling since 80s, making a comeback with probably CODERED, who've got that momentum. In Erangel, it was not such a great game, but in Miramar, slowly they're stepping it up. So probably these two teams might end the day in a good note. But again, I always love breaking barriers. And since now we have Team Forever on the top with 95 points, there's a chance. There's a ray of hope. 10 esports. They've got 70 points as of now, and probably they can get another 25 to break that 100 marker.
Yeah, possibly. You have been talking about somebody breaking that 100-point mark as of now, and nobody has been able to do that. So please don't jinx it for 10 esports as of now. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just go towards the matchup and see which are going to be the teams playing in for the match of Sanhok. Of course, we've seen them on the maps of Erangel, we've seen them on the maps of Miramar, but as of now, the great competitors are going to be UP50. There's going to be a lot of stress on MAYHEM as well. Team Fly Esports has been brilliant on the map of Miramar. Ruling since 80s, Arka did mention that this team does stand a chance. I wonder if they actually do so. But moving on, you've got Flanker Esports, Blacklist Esports, Team 7, Signature RF, Lucknow Giants is a team who actually needs to make a big comeback. Raw Officials is there, 10s Esports, Forking Esports, CODERED, Brothers Till Death, and 4 Aggressive Men. Of course, with that, there's been a small change on the panel as well. My man Necros is back, so I'm going to ask him this. So which team do you think on the map of Sanhok is possibly going to make waves?
I mean, I went for UP50 in the first match itself, and they shined out brightly. And I still believe it's going to be, like, if I change it, I believe it's going to be, again, Raw Official. I'm looking forward to for the map of Sanhok. I mean, this is a nice team, right? You have got those experienced players, and in the map of Erangel, they do perform pretty well. So in Sanhok, I do have some expectations that they will bag out at least one chicken out of all these 3 games, but I am still in a kind of wondering position, Salty. What just happened in the map of Miramar? I mean, so many finishes, intense esports stepping up this way. I never imagined.
Yeah, I mean, for 10 esports, I think that comeback was really important. And now that they do have the momentum, possibly they can go all out on the map of Sanhok because it is built for aggression. And I think they will not have to search a lot if they can drop in those hotspots we saw yesterday for Team Forever, right? It was easy for them. For OAS has always been wanting that boot camp region ever since 2019, 2018, whenever you actually think about go in the history. And last night, he actually dropped in at boot camp. He had 4 or 5 teams competing for that same spot, and he cleaned up every single one, bagging so many finishes. For 10 Esports, I think they might actually do something similar.
Yeah, for sure. But it wasn't an easy job, right? You have 2 to 3 teams. Even in our classic match, when I play alongside, I haven't played with you, Solly, but I really wish I can play one day. But that boot camp clashes are something that's very hectic. That kind of makes you make a lot of quick decisions. I didn't really believe we're going to see something similar to it. But now, well, all the questions will be answered because we are jumping in to the map of Sanhok, and let's see what it leads to.
I mean, all it leads to is going to be carnage, my man. That is for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, the big bird, it's back up on the skies and it's flying over the beautiful tropical islands of Sanhok. So far, we do start our journey from the right-hand side of Hathin and we're going to end it at Bantai. And right from the get-go itself, I'm going to look at clusters because we do know wherever you want to actually head on this map, you will be able to glide towards that location. For now, it's just those 2 early names, Forking Officials and 4 a.m. dropping down at the Camp Alpha Islands. And I'm pretty sure they're spread up, so no early collision so far towards the bootcamp region as well. It's just Brothers Till Death, nobody else apart from that. Team MAYHEM progressing towards Paradise Resort. And you've got Team 10's Esports. towards Cow is where they are going. Did not really expect that approach, especially from a team who had 17 eliminations from the last game. But well, it actually paid off. The circle is on top of them.
Oh, man, I was just about to tell you know what? I guess they have got a good read about where the circle is going to form, and yeah, they want to keep themselves in a good position. But Mayhem, after having some decent matchup in the map of Miramar, they will be looking forward that this Sanhok, we're gonna make it worth it. But for now, Cordless was way too close from Charan and 4 a.m. Both of the maps we saw this team having that circle advantage till a longer time, but they could not
What?
capitalize it.
There are 3 teams here, Necros. You've got Team
My
GRAVEDIGGERS,
God.
you've got Team CODERED, and you've got Team 7. All 3 teams in a mixed juncture, and Pekka all by himself. No, the pre-fire was not timed properly, and that gives his position away. Still
my
has a honey
God.
badger to actually make it work. The first knock is done, but he's gonna get cleaned up. CODERED, where are the rest of his teammates? That's the question, and why have they dropped so separately? But on the other side, GRAVEDIGGERS, they might actually time this attack to perfection, but Wang's flank is intense. Actually finds 2 knocks, but he gets cleaned up as well. This is intense stuff, alright? It's knocks traded by every team against each other. And now we just have a 1v2 remaining for ourselves.
This is not just an end fight. This is not a mid fight or a rotational clashes. This is the early contentions that we are seeking for. But look at the position. I really thought GRAVEDIGGERS would be just coming up with an overwhelming performance. But Team 7, the way they have made the comeback, oh my god, that's really huge. But right now, look at this. One by one, the players have been shattered. Roger, he's completely stuck. He's clueless what to do next.
A 1v3 for this lad. 3 players from Team 7 are still remaining. One quite low on HP, but he's very far away. For Benny and Buddha, I think it's not going to be a very difficult job to take Roger out of the picture.
Oh my.
But I do wonder, what is CODERED doing? And why have they dropped in such different compounds? Especially when you see so many parachutes gliding right next to you. All you can possibly try to do is stick together, try and play off of each other's backs. And it seems like they had disregarded that altogether. Now look at this, Bandit God all by himself. He's gonna get swarmed by Raw Official right now.
Yashu has a very good read, right? He has spotted him down, and even Raw Officials, like Yashu, he has got one finish of CODERED. And this is not the ideal start that you would ever want for yourself. That to win BGIS 2024, the grind. You're just playing the last and the final match. And that's not the start. Not at all an ideal start. You've just got one finish, that's fine, but having lost 2 players, almost losing the 3rd one as well, because you can see Raw Officials, they're desperate for that one finish because they know that there is one player hiding just behind the rock.
Miles away actually for the knee to land. Too far, but I'm pretty sure Raw Officials will find a way. Look at this. Daljit will be the first one to actually ambush in this hut. He has an idea where the penultimate player is. RBOP is gonna walk in! My goodness! Gets wait a second! Alpha OB all by himself. He just get 2 knocks, and here it comes. He just knifed Daljit to death.
Oh my god. I am out of words, Solly. I don't know what to say, but Bandit God find a nice opening to just reunite with his teammate. But so many fights, so many conclusions, but no way it goes down like this. Superman is surviving, but all the finishes are walking in the hands of CODERED. 5 finishes already, Raw Official, who were looking forward to eradicate CODERED, has been taken down and out with only 1 finish in the bag.
This is what overconfidence does to you, Ashley. You underestimate your opposition, even if it's a 1v4. That's how things change. Kudos to Bandit God as well. Spotted that time out. He knew exactly when to enter in this fight, and what a comeback it has been. Raw Officials, well, they're going to be kicking themselves, but we move on towards Pina, ladies and gentlemen, where it's going to be Flanker versus Lucknow Giants. Frenzy, okay. Does he have the information of Drizzle in the picture and the rest of his boys? So far, it seems like this region has had a different ecosystem as compared to the rest of the fights that we have seen so far. It seems like it's quite peaceful over here, and that invisible peace treaty has been signed between these two neighbors.
But for how long, Salty? That's the question. Because usually the neighbors are very noisy, right? They don't let you live in that peace. But yeah, for now, both the teams, they haven't had a great start. They haven't had too good set of matches. So this is quite important for both of them. Even like for Flanker Esports, they got taken down an early note. But again, recollecting this moment for now, the way Alpha OP single-handedly, kind of denied this push was really something that Raw official never expected.
Yeah. The barrel and that one big spray. That's all initiated this. Then Bandit coming in, cleaning up the rest of the crew was also important. It's always been a trend, it's always been a pattern, right? If you do push in one by one, the opposition always has a potential to clutch it out. You've got to try and play it as a team as much as you possibly can.
Oh my god.
But not while rotating. That you can do individually because that might backfire. Team ruling since 80s. Savage had that massive opening. But he could not really capitalize. All four players were traveling from that same vehicle itself, but now they're fishes on the waters. And look at Bablu.
Pablo's position. Yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody anticipated him to be that point. And I would say that it's a good decision for Signature RF to just go underwater and swim it and cross it. Because otherwise, Bablu was quite prepared. If anyhow they survived the spray from Savage or from the other teammates, Bablu was there to take care. And even Maddie on the other side is ready.
Basic form is waiting. He's waiting for these players to approach towards him. And I don't think Signature RF has an idea. Oh, they definitely don't. They're alien to the fact that team ruling since 80s, they have a trap that has been set up and the first man goes down. Wyvern, if I pronounce his name correctly, did not have an idea that basic form was in position. The M4 was striking precise. And now what do Team Signature RF do? The only possibility is if they do have the smokes, possibly lay down a smoke wall and try and escape. But then it doesn't really seem like that's one of their game plans right now.
Look at this connections. Maddie was way too prepared for this kind of situations himself, but now he has been spotted. Federal is in one direction. Savage is there. If he's prepared to just take him down, that's good. And eventually, I'm quite sure that both of them have heard their sound cues. Even Savage has a good view about him. But 1 dB's connection is what you require, and that's it. Signature RF have taken an exit, while Savage, he will be getting taken down by the blue zone. But that doesn't matter. He will get the revival on time. But that's it. That's where the run ends for Signature RF. But even Lucknow Giants seems to be ending the run for Flanker Esports once again.
Lucknow Giants, I did not really expect this fight to happen so quickly or finish off so quickly. I was expecting a couple of knocks and then an elongated wait. A prolonged warfare is what I was expecting from Painan, but they had to finish things quickly. Because from the map feed that I have, that Blacklist Esports is also possibly approaching them. But now look at this, Kana ready with his DBS, one pump and the man is down. Team 10 Esports, the one who actually broke havoc in the last game, are now approaching UP50. This is a fight between the top dogs. Who's going to win is going to be the question. Team 10 Esports, they've been pushed back. But UP50, they're also taking massive hits. The nade warfare coming in from them. Kana has been brought down. And in the backlines, there's Team MAYHEM as well.
Again a three-way fight? Is that what we are going to see the entire Sanhok? It seems like it. But Kana is the position that he is in. I really doubt that MAYHEM has any clue about it. But one player has to step in. Kana needs a revival. Smokes have been deployed. But for UP50, this is very crucial. They need to win this fight no matter what. But for now, three-way fight has turned out to be in a two-way. It's all about MAYHEM and UP50.
Yeah, because Tense Esports, they made the right choice of falling back. As soon as the first man was down, Team Tense Esports were seen taking a step back from the fight, and that was extremely wise. On the other side, Team Blacklist Esports, they've approached Team Lucknow Giants, they knocked on their doors, and they also knocked their heads out. So far, it's just one player, dead player, who is still standing, and we'll find out if he actually stays true to his name. Drax definitely is approaching him. One pre-fire to kind of bring him down, flush him out of his cover. And now he has information of where exactly the player is.
He has to do a big job. There are now 2 to 3 players coming in. Dead player, he gets one, might just get the second. No, it has been denied. It's done for Lucknow Giants. They had a good run, but not enough decent that you would talk about it. Lucknow Giants, I really expected a lot, but Blacklist Esports, after getting 3 finishes in their bag, they will be looking forward for some more, because the circle, it has shifted towards the northeastern side, keeping Camp Bravo and the open lands around it in the dead center.
Surprisingly enough, Blacklist Esports, they are going to face Team Ruling since 80s in a rotational clash. But now look at this Team UP50. They're converging upon Team Mayhem. Nades being cooked up. The first man coffin has been dug deep. Another nade comes flying in. In fact, it's going to be the confirmation one. 2 players being brought down. A revival was successful. And now the first shot comes in. But UP50, you cannot really shake their confidence. They're really invading like they are warriors, experienced warriors. And now it's just one player who still remains on his feet. Smokes, Molotovs, that's all she wrote for him. But will this man with the DBS be able to confirm what we just witnessed for CODERED Esports? That's going to be the question. Can he be the alpha of Team Mayhem? That's going to be the question.
They don't have any clue, or I really believe Salty, because now they have. The shots have been taken. Oh, he gets one, but he's just good for that. I really thought that UP50, they did not had an idea where he was, and they just went out for searching until and unless that one shot came in. But Team Mayhem, after having a very good map of Miramar, a decent one I would say, with 0 finishes, they get taken down on the 11th spot. So they are not rewarded with any placement point, or neither a finish as well. So this is going to be a dramatic ending to the side of Mayhem, but even Blacklist Esports get eliminated? Wait, what?
Seems like ruling since the 80s. They found the mid-rotation. Now that's going to be interesting, right? This game is getting more and more interesting as every minute passes by. You've got third parties after third parties happening. Lucknow Giants were successful against Flanker Esports on Painan. But then Blacklist Esports third party, they won that fight. Now look at this. Blacklist Esports, this is how Lucknow Giants were actually brought down. On the other side, Blacklist Esports, they suffered similar fate as well. That was just one spray from Savage and that was it. Slammins without information. That's what I've been talking about every single day.
This is gonna hurt them, right, Salty? If you're a team and you get eliminated like that, it's definitely a big lesson, but that does question your qualification to the main stage, whether or not you will be able to finish in the top 64. Blacklist were already way too far from that 64th spot. But for now, when we again come down with the rotations that we are seeing, the circle has shifted. A lot of teams outside the circle, Salty, and Foking is one of them. They haven't had a good presence in today's matches. I mean, I really expected them to play in a very different manner and in a better way, but they haven't done it yet.
What way specifically?
A little aggressive, maybe?
So far, they're hugging the blue zone, so I'm pretty sure that they aren't really wanting to play aggressive. The circle, quite distant from them, almost 500 meters is what they will have to travel. But look at the approach, right? Not really interested in taking those fights initially. Just wanting to preserve all their 4 players as of now. It's not like it's been successful so far. They were reeling quite in the bottom of the overall standings. So I agree with you. I think 4 Kings, they definitely had to play aggressive to kind of do damage control to their standings, but it seems like that's not happening this time around. This is their last game, and even if they get a massive performance out of it, They'll be very far away from the top 64 at least.
Oh, that's some real off-roading right now. That no, you cannot make mistakes. Too many boulders out there, and both of the players going taken down. This is bad. Fly Esports definitely capitalizing on it. Rolling since 80s, they were having a great run. 8 finishes already in their bag. They were looking forward for some more, but completely taken down. No room of mistakes, and Fly Esports, they will be cherishing those finishes for sure.
Oh wait, they have new contenders right now. Forking Esports also just sneak past. One of the vehicles will make their way, but one of them, it's gonna be a fight. Nate comes flying in. Little boy takes in a little bit of damage, but Forking Esports, they've been hurt.
Oh.
Is there another player who is still surviving? That's going to be the question. Goten and Godless, they might have actually flight away from the situation, but they're still trying to fight for their lad. They're still trying to provide cover fire.
Oh.
That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate.
This is exactly that you don't want to see, but right now, the 2 players remaining, they have no idea what to do because yes, the compound stays with Fly Esports. It's quite evident that you need to try and get the vehicle explosions done. So there might be a player just hiding behind, but Anurag, he had no clue where Godless was. They're taken down for sure, but Fly Esports, they have to just take one fight from a single direction while forking. They have to make a move. Either they advance or they retreat. But if they retreat, there is another team knocking on the doors.
But this is the approach that you wanted, right? A little aggressive. They made that bold rotation, but that bold rotation did not pay off. And now Goten just showing his back to the opposition. He will get punished. Huge advantage for Fly, and that was it. Just 1 player remaining, but now Godless has a very big responsibility on his shoulders. Smoke wall to try and move in from point A to point B. Shots being taken, but not a lot of damage being done, but the vehicle is still there. They need to eliminate the vehicle. If it does explode right behind, I'm pretty sure Goten is gonna get taken down. And there he goes, forking. They have been wiped off. This is exactly what I was talking about.
This is something, it's quite tragic for forking. They haven't got a lot of, I would say, 0 finishes for sure. They might be getting a point. No, they won't be even getting any placement points as well. But Fly Esports, keeping 4 of their players alive, now need to enter the circle, Salty. And when you just talk about it, it's completely open. The compounds that are in the circle is holded by 2 different teams. One is for aggressive men. One is going to be Tense Esports. But they have to eliminate the one who is backstabbing them from GRAVEDIGGERS. That one player can cause a lot of trouble.
He will have to come out of the blue to actually cause trouble as of now, and I don't think he's going to do that. But on the other side, Team Fly Esports, they did try and make their way inside the circle, but now they have been gatekept by UP50. A little bit of a third-party involvement coming in. I believe Little Boy was the one who actually got down KSR, and now UP50 will have to rethink this strategy. Vibro, of course, does have perspective, but now look at this, Kana. In a 1v1 situation, DBS versus DBS. Fly Esports, they want to take down UP50, but UP50 reign supreme yet again.
This is something that you don't usually see. That was 1 HP surviving. They might have lost KSR, but Fly Esports takes an exit with a total of 8 finishes on board. 4 AM, again, you can see those nades coming in. It's the brother Still Death facing a lot of consequences. Heat Blast has been taken down. Gojo is knocked out. 4 AM, they do have a read, but the shots password. Look at the confidence this man carries.
The confidence, of course, is not going to pay off so far. Brother Still Death. 2 players knocked down for them. 4 AM, also 2 players lost in the process. It's a typical 2v2, but the point is they don't really have a lot of time to settle their issues. Both these 2 teams need to make a move, and 4 AM certainly on the right side of the circle to do so. Maverick is still bleeding out, is still quite low on HP, but now finally he resurrects back to life. Gojo wants to make a move on the other side. Charan has been knocked, he's been cleaned up as well. It's UP50 who is coming in. 4 AM, this is a disaster. Gojo not
Oh,
managing to connect the shot. Maverick cleans him up, but now he has to move in, revive Password first. But no, UP50, they aren't not gonna allow them to do that. Scrambling finishes from left, right, and center, and finally they approach the final circle with 8 finishes on board. Still have the 3 men running strong, Necros.
for sure, Salty. But look at now this position. Oh, the nade just landed beside him. There is no way he could have gone. That is done for Team 7. Tense Esports, they have came a little late, but they're making sure they get all the finishes. But no, says Kana. UP59 total finishes already bagged up for themselves. Now the next target has been set on Tense Esports. They just don't want to let them slip away like that.
Bounty on their head. UP50, they certainly are going to be the ones to look for that bounty. Jatin has been brought down, marquee player from 10 Esports from the last game. Quagmire, also one of the important cogs in the wheel. UP50, they certainly will also have to focus on CODERED Esports so far. Who is going to win, ladies and gentlemen? That's going to be the question. UP50, they start off with the nades itself, and the first one connects.
Wow.
Sarkar33, an absolute genius, but now he should not have given up on his position. Now 2 players have been brought
Oh,
down.
no.
Quagmire once again stepping up for his team, and UP50 is just 1 player who's still standing, Necros.
Kana has to go up front. He needs to go and take this kind of situation in his hand. But he has got 3 last first days. He cannot go inside the circle. Quagmire, he has all his eyes on this one particular position. While it seems like Tense Esports, they're just getting all the backups down. Sarkar is down. Anonymous is down. UP50. This was supposed to be the match that they could have bagged up, but it seems it has slipped away from their hands, Salty.
What?
Oh,
CODERED.
what?
CODERED, what? They had information. They had information of Guru's presence, and now look at this. It's just Quagmire against the world. It's a 1v2. They know his positioning as well. The nade is going to land. It was a little overcooked, but CODERED Alpha OP. 5 finishes on board. This man is going to land the nade absolutely perfect, and he's going to blow him to smithereens. What a nade it was, and what a chicken dinner for CODERED Esports. Immense displays from both 10 Esports as well as UP50, but CODERED just engulfed them in the final battle.
My god, that was some really precise nades that we got to see from CODERED, but I'm really happy for these guys, the way they have stepped up. I mean, even in the map of Miramar, they were kind of closing up, but couldn't get a lot of room about it. But finally, in the map of Sanhok, you see them stepping up and getting so many finishes as well. They will be pretty happy with the performance that they had, but overall, Salty, I really thought that it's gonna be the game for UP50.
Possibly, and I think this team will have to be satisfied without a chicken dinner in the grind, but I'm pretty sure they will be able to, qualify pretty comfortably. On the other side, Team 10 Esports, for them today was sort of a day where they did perform really well, but they couldn't really finish things. Right in the final stretch of the game, the final third of the game, that is where a lot of mistakes were made. And I think in this one as well, you look at how KSR as well as Sarkar just kind of ditched their positions in the final fight, just got out of their cover as well and got immediately taken down. There was no need for that, was it?
No, exactly. I mean, they could have just got inside the circle. Maybe they could have tried something different, I would say, but I really believe that position. If Quagmire was down, the story would have been different for UP50. That one man changed the entire game. Those 2 picks came. I mean, UP50, there was one chance I really thought that he might just try to go a little up front. Kanha would have tried to go with some more needs or maybe some utils trying to push on Quagmire, but that was not the call. And I don't know what was going on between the players of UP50, but that could have been one choice to just eradicate 10 Sports on an early note.
Possibly, but also the fact that they did get that knockout on CODERED initially, right? The nade was perfect, but then 10 Esports started to chime in. That was the moment where CODERED also got a lifeline for themselves, because if you think of it from that perspective, the nade from 10 Esports, the shot from 10 Esports kind of gave them that breathing room to go for the revival, got their 2 players back, and when they had the opportunity, they took them down individually, caused problems both for UP50 and 10 Esports. And this is how like a pendulum, momentum shifts in a game of Battle Royale, ladies and gentlemen. But who do you think is going to be the MVP of the game? I think it has to be Alpha from CODERED Esports. He had 5 eliminations by the end of it, possibly 6. Yes, sir. Not make it 7
Make it
because
7.
Alpha OP, he was perfect. 70% finish contribution, 12% map impact. And this man, he is precision incarnate. All those nades, they certainly were very accurate, weren't they, Necros?
Yeah, for sure. Exactly landing on the heads of the players was something that I really didn't expect. I mean, they had so much information, and from that particular building, they had the idea where were the players coming up close and which position that they were holding. But again, Salty, coming down to those top 5 performers alongside Alpha OP, it's gonna be Bro from Fly Esports, it's gonna be Maddie as well, Sarkar and Kana, 2 players from UP50 and 1 from Ruling Since 80s. I mean, I really thought that Ruling Since 80s might be just bagging some more points for themselves, but that kind of rotational clash, or I wouldn't say the clash, but getting picked off guard was something I really didn't anticipate.
Yeah, possibly, but now at the top performers, of course, Kanha was the man who was tasked with a lot. 3 finishes on him. Sarkar as well. I think he could have actually bagged quite a few more had he not given up on his solid cover. 3 finishes on him as well. Maddie with 4, Vibro with 4. Alpha, of course, has been the pinnacle of them all. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just find out how many points did CODERED acquire in this game, because the last match was certainly good for them, but does it make them enough to qualify? That is going to be the question. 20 points overall, 10 finish points and 10 position points. UP50, I think they've been the most consistent team for the day. 14 points once again, but for 10 Esports, I think this was one of the games where they potentially could have done a lot more. 10 eliminations, the second position already, and given their firepower, if Jatin was possibly alive, or possibly if Prince was playing, 10 Esports, they could have possibly gone all the way in this one as well.
Yeah, sorry. I am really missing Prince right now. A player who got 11 finishes in the first 3 games is completely missed out on the rest of the 3 games. I mean, it's a kind of confidence I believe that 10 Esports had, that we have backed a lot of points, so it's chance that we can give some other players as well. But again, for Team 7 doing good for a longer period of time, they backed up 10 points with 6 finishes and 4 placement points for themselves. But even Fly Esports having 8 finishes, they just got 1 position point that will conclude to a total of 9 points that they got. I really thought the way they were playing, they can just almost close enough to the top 3.
Possibly. I mean, Fly Esports, they've had a good run, and 9 points, it's not certainly bad if you actually consider the new point system as well. Ruling Since 80s on 8, 4 aggressive men on 6. Team Brothers still led on 4, but let's just flip on the page, ladies and gentlemen, and find out where the others stand. Lucknow Giants, it's been a very dismal performance for them. 4 finishes overall, 4 points total as well. Blacklist Esports did try and show up their grit, did try and put up a fight against multiple teams, but all that they could do was that one third party that they were successful. Once they finished off Lucknow Giants, they could not really progress further. Ruling Since 80s, they had a free run in that vehicle. All 4 players getting eliminated. GRAVEDIGGERS as well, 2 points. Flanker on 1. Raw Official was a surprise, and Team Mayhem were also surprised. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's just move on to the overall standings and find out how many points did Team UP50 total out on. It's 47 at the very top, and then there's a massive difference on Necros.
Yeah, for sure. If it was another chicken dinner, maybe they could have touched the 50 points marker as well. But this 47 points again will be proving a lot of value for them and adding it up to the entire overall standings of the grind. But followed by that, we also see Fly Esports backing up 36 total points, which is very good. Even for CODERED, they have got 29. So for the teams, those who haven't performed a lot well in the first 3 games have got so many points in the next 3. And I'm really happy for them. And if you talk about 10 Esports, Salty, they have also backed up 34 total points without even having a single chicken dinner.
Yep, 10 Esports, they had 52 from the first week, 34 on this one. They are sitting quite comfortably and possibly just booked their slot for round 4 of the BGIS. You never really know. But then if you look at Team 7, 21 points. Ruling Since 80 is 20 points. Raw Official, especially with Daljit in their lineup, I kind of expected a little more. But just 15 points is all that they have. But let's just move on and flip pages and find out where are the other teams. Team Mayhem. Such a massive heartbreak for this team. 9 points acquired out of the 3 games. Lucknow joined second last on this table, just 4 points, and then everyone in between. Team Brothers till Death on 4, Flanker on 4, Forking Esports on 7, Blacklist Esports on 8, GRAVEDIGGERS on 11 as well. Signature RF, this team, I'm pretty sure they definitely have a lot of potential in them, but then 0 points in the first phase, 3 points in the second phase. I think they will have to go back to the drawing board, possibly come back much stronger in the next edition of BGIS. But for this one, I think the journey is over.
Yeah, I really believe. I mean, for a lot of teams those who tried pretty well, but they couldn't get a lot of points, it's hard luck again. But once I really believe that if they're lucky enough, even for like Lucknow Giants, if you just talk about, they had some decent amount of points, like 15 they had previously in the first 3 games. Now they get at least like 4 to 5 points. That is it. So it's gonna make it difficult for them to qualify for the top 64. But if they don't, they might have got some another in-game qualifiers opportunity.
They certainly will have an in-game qualifiers opportunity. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, they possibly are going to be playing their in-game qualifiers along with you as well. If you have registered, do make sure that you accumulate your 4 main players and play 15 classic games inside of BGMI. All you've got to do is pick up any map of your choice, play 15 games out of which your top 10 will be calibrated. And if you do play well enough, maybe you stand a chance to come inside of BGI as the main event and participate in round 1 and the following events. And who knows? Who knows? You will possibly become the next superstar, possibly the next big face of BGMI. Pick up that big trophy and make us cast about it as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have had great moments inside of the game, and one of which was one of my favorite creators, Snacks, was an overnight sensation when he brought out the jiggle and gave it to the world. I think this promo describes exactly all the emotions that were flying in all our hearts.
रुक रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे
You know, the game is just a platform, and then the people who actually play the game give it life. And I feel like such amazing creators who have given us moments in the past, they've just made the game a household name right now. And now everyone knows about BGMI. I'm pretty sure about it. And if you do know, if you're a great player, then in-game qualifiers, you don't really have a lot of opportunity. 21st April is tomorrow. That's going to be your last date. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, all the matches of group number 5 is over, and group 6 is on the cards. Necros, what are your thoughts about it?
Oh man, the Group 6 is very interesting because a lot of big names again coming into the question. GLITCHxREBORN, Reckoning Esports, NUMEN Gaming. We also get Celsius Esports, PL Dominators, ORGLESS 5, even First for Mizoram. A lot of big names as we speak for Group 6. But now the thing that comes in my mind is who is gonna dominate in this group? But for that, I have got a change in the desk as well. I've given Salty some rest and I've brought back my big friend Arka alongside me.
Oh yes, I'm waiting, my friend. The map of Sanhok was so interesting. I mean, it all came down to the final 2 throw bills being used to get that chicken dinner. But you know, this group is going to be more interesting than the previous one because GLITCHxREBORN. Now, this is going to be the team to watch out for. 43 points in the previous one, where it had a little bit of a tougher lobby comparatively. But here, can they open their fullest potential?
Big questions, Arka, because this is a complete set of new lineup that we are witnessing. But GLITCHxREBORN, I mean, this team, it has been a part of BGIS Grand Finals. They ranked hashtag 11 in the previous season. Will they be able to reach that destination once again? Because they also started from the in-game qualifiers. They played, they competed with all other teams, and they made it to the grand finals. That was a huge journey for these guys. But when it's a new lineup, but still the results that they are showing, it's really up to that mark.
Obviously, right? When you have Malik and I think it is Sakiro. Yeah, it's Sakiro and Malika, the two players, who have come in from THW, and they'll be looking forward to show their domination as well. From their previous lineup, they have proved themselves that they are the duo to watch out for, and hopefully we'll be able to see them perform in this one as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward. Even for like Zord, OP, and Magic, they have been the top performers in their own group from GLITCHxREBORN. So I'm really looking forward that they will be
Yeah.
again keeping up and moving up to that name and kind of proving same value, finding same finishes in this last 3 games as well. But alongside that, the big names in the question, NUMEN Gaming, Reckoning Esports, they have been those tier 1 organizations and the teams, and they do have some big names as well.
Yes, NUMEN is a set of misfits who have come together. We'll be speaking more about it. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the map. The first map for this group completely. It's going to be the default map of Erangel and the flight path. I just hope to see something different so that it becomes much more challenging. And as I speak about it, it seems to be a western flight path starting all the way from the Primorsk region, ending somewhere closer to the mid of the map above shooting range.
This is an interesting circle. Again, the teams going towards the area of Milta Power, Lipovka, and Novorupno might just face some kind of, I would say, problems. They might be facing maybe rotational clashes or some contests for the vehicles if they want to opt for. But once again, do you think, Arka, we might be seeing any drop clashes in anywhere near?
I think there might be few drop clashes, especially for the teams who would want to go to the Milta or the Milta Power region. They might find themselves in a little bit of trouble near that Pochinki or the farm region near those spawns. But for the rest of the teams, I don't think so that they'll be looking forward for an early skirmish. But hey, there are several teams who would want to take those early 4 finishes. For them, no matter what it is, they will look forward for those finishes.
We kind of saw an example in the previous 3 matches itself. On all the 3 matches, some early collisions, and Sanhok was something that, my god, 3-4 teams in a single compound, or I mean in the close proximity, fighting each other out without even having proper loot. That was something that I did not anticipate. But all the teams, most of them going towards the area of Georgia Northern City. You can see at least 2 to 3 teams are heading towards that direction, Arka.
Yep. And let's see whether there's going to be a skirmish which is going to take place. By the looks of it, it seems like one team has already pressed the triggers. It's going to be Winzord from the side of DG. And that's going to be Detonation Gaming. They want to explode from the beginning, get a finish for themselves. Again, it's a very big gamble which they're going to take if they're doing so. Because there are several teams around that corner. And guess what? With the circle forming in that place itself, this fight is going to extend to its fullest time possible.
For sure. I mean, by looking at the circle, all the teams going towards the northern side, or maybe in the areas of Rozhok, if you talk about 5-filter esports and all, they will be pretty happy. Let it also slip into the hands of GLITCHxREBORN, but oh no, this is not what you expect. But Sword OP misses completely. Ivan is still surviving. He was there to get the buggy, if I'm not wrong. But now, being completely spotted, it's gonna make some big issues, while retaliation trades and shots are still coming up from their end. And Detonation Gaming, they won't lose any of the players in the early skirmishes.
This is the kind of start you need, right? Make sure that you have information about whoever is in the close proximity, but at the same time have a perfect compound from which you can loot. These containers are going to have enough for all 4 players to get stacked up. But again, GLITCHxREBORN, by the way they've gained that 43 points in the previous game, especially with that 27 finish pointer, I'm expecting them to somehow come out of that cover, be that butterfly out of the cocoon and come in and take this fight.
They will be looking forward to it, Arka, isn't it so? They were in the 28th spot, and from there, just trying to make it to the top 16 is the motto, because every team wants to be in the round 4 directly, isn't it so?
That's going to be the motto, because everybody would want to play from round 4, right? Because it's going to be a shorter journey to the LAN. But again, everything doesn't go the way you want. Celsius Esports, this is where, there are so many different players coming in from different orgs. Rexin coming in from Blood Rose. Then you have Pekka coming in from Dynamic Esports. Then you have Dhruv coming in from, One Line. Again, a mix of few players, but it seems like they've found a kind of a momentum which they need to build even more when it comes to this map. The last week, they had around 18 points in total, but they'll need a stronger performance and have a better points by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a new lineup, and Celsius has always been that kind of an organization who has always picked up great players, or I won't say the great players, but good underdog players or undergod players, and they have nurtured and kind of made them professional T1 athletes. We can see a lot of names like Wixkey, Dreams, and all. They have been a part of Celsius. Even the current Celsius, the previous Celsius roster is in Kemin Esports right now. So I do have a lot of high hopes from this lineup as well.
Obviously, Newman. Again, there's 4 different players coming in from 4 different teams, right? Dope coming in from Kemin. Bunny coming in from Spy. And he took Spy. He took that lineup, way beyond the expectations of the org itself. And he's the IGL of this weird lineup he's formed up. 7 Habit Kratos. Then you have Yash coming in from Mystic. I like it when, the puzzle falls in place. All the misfits come in together and they start dominating to show that, they can form in a new team altogether without any experienced hand.
Talking about it, Arka, right now even Detonation Gaming, who has signed for a longer period of time, tends to make some kind of impact against Team Storm. They just rotated from exactly in front of them, and the shots being taken, but not a single connection came. They will be holding on to that squad house for some time. But this is some bad news, because Detonation Gaming, if they want to take an exit from the containers or maybe move up north, they have to have a read where Team Storm are looking, because they have to evade it and just manage to rotate safe and sound.
Now it all comes down to how they're going to maintain that resource also, right? Because if the circle forms into these containers, then they need to have those throwables as well as those bullets. They don't have any other compound close by. In case they go a little to the eastern side of the map, they have Storm waiting for them. If they go to the western side of the map, they have another team in the name of GLITCHx. So they need to be careful how they're going to compose themselves to the upcoming fights, or how they're going to take those rotations, because I did not see any vehicles also on their side.
Oh, now this is some beginning, Arka. We were talking about Celsius just a while ago, and look at that. Against 5 Filter Esports, I've got 1 knock, and it's a direct slam. And those spray nade was really, really precise. It gave some bit of splash damage to it, but this is the chance. Harshu, he goes all in, but that vehicle explosion is gonna cost a lot. 3 of the players of Celsius are down already, and Pekka has to pull off a big, big play from his team side.
Oh, before that, he needs to heal himself as well. He's very low on HP, and it seems like they've fallen into their death trap. And that is how the cookie crumbles, ladies and gentlemen. FFE. They've done everything right, if you ask me, in that game. 5 Filter Esports, they've been playing together. The previous BGIS, they were the quarterfinalists, and they show us why. As soon as the knock came in, they did not panic. They went in for the revival. Everybody were inside the hard covers, waited for the opponents to make that mistake. And with that vehicle explosion, 1 player came down, and that is when they strike. And only with throwables. Let me remind you of that as well.
That's how you kind of handle the situation, and it's a big lesson for the upcoming players as well, isn't it, Arka? When you see the teams playing in the grind and the way they handle these kind of tough situations, you're going to face this a lot in the BGIS 2024, so you have to be prepared like them. But Celsius, the mistake they made, they just got 1 knock, they decided to go all in, showing their aggression, but they never anticipated that all these utils are going to come. Even Rixon on the flank was read pretty well, and 5 Filter Esports playing the 3-1 split worked out brilliantly for them.
For how long? Again, Newman, what do you think? Bunny is one of those IGLs who would love to go and take those fights, or is he going to be that IGL who's going to be a little bit mature, make sure that his team is going to have that controlled aggression and only let go of those dark horses when required?
He has been doing that job, like maintaining, having a kind of steady aggression that you were talking
Yeah,
about. Because when you
yeah,
just see about it, they've got 18 finishes, 11 placement points. So it's kind of like balancing out both of the sides. And it's really important as a team, isn't it? So,
completely agreed. You need to make sure that you have that, a buffer. You need to have that balance between the finish points and position points. It's going to be a little hard for you if you're an aggressive team, but if everything falls in place, yes. Reckoning Esports
Circle Arca.
still in the blue, still in the blue. And that's a little bit of a concern for me.
Yep. But looking towards the circle, Arca, do you think it's gonna still tend to go towards the northern side? Because I mean, there are still some areas of in the southern part of maybe the Georgia containers as we speak, some part of the Georgia northern city. If it shifts towards this side, it would be really interesting to watch how the teams play around this area.
I mean, agreed that it becomes a little more interesting in several cases, but somewhere I feel that the circle might shift down a little to the southern side of shooting range, keeping both the islands intact for a brief period of time, and later take that drastic shift. And let's see whether that's going to be the case. But as of now, there's another team I would like to speak about, and that has to be the team on our screens. PL Dominators, the new undergods who have done everything right in the first opportunity given to them. 3 maps, 35 points in total, when 19 came from finishes and 16 came from position.
Also, I have to say that they've bagged one chicken, and isn't it so?
Yeah,
And that's one of the most important factors because not all the underdog teams have managed to do it. And just keeping it
yeah.
in a balanced way, it's somewhat that you desire. PL Dominators, they have been a team in the question in our minds as well. We're talking in the back as well that this team has that potential to maybe overshadow a lot of tier 1 teams. Those who are in the lobby, like Reckoning, NUMEN, even including GLITCHxREBORN. But yeah, if you talk about an utter competition, this can be that spot. But right now on our screen, that map, look at the kind of cluster it's happening around the areas of Georgia Pole, Larka.
It's obvious, right? It's obvious that there's going to be a big cluster over there. Most of these teams did not expect that they're going to have so many neighbors. But it all comes down to what kind of footing you have, how well you know this terrain, and when do I escape? Who's going to get busy first? A lot of questions, and if you have the answers for at least 3 of them, it becomes so much more easier for you. But Reckoning Esports now out of the blue, slowly making it in. But Newman on the other side, look at that. Magic has been shown the way away, and Malik is going to follow up because now they're in a sandwich situation. GLITCHxREBORN, not the right kind of start for this team.
Detonation Gaming, they were waiting for it for a long time, and now the revenge has came. They have left us containers, but for sure, it's NUMEN Esports that they are holding right now. But for GLITCHx losing 2 of their players on this early note, it's gonna be very much hurting them. Little do you expect a start like this, isn't it, Soarka? When you are playing on your top-notch form, you have got a good, aggressive kind of stance in the first 3 games, have bagging up 43 points. You do expect your Erangel, the starting match of your day, to end well, but that's not a start as well. And they don't want to even end this early because having 2 players, it's very difficult to survive till the very end.
That is why most of the tier 1 players say that enjoy your games rather than trying to take it as a game which need to be performed, and you feel that pressure, and then out of which you're not going to gain anything but just some negative mindset within that team itself. So rather than that, enjoy your games. If it doesn't go well, you would have gained experience. Take it lightly because that mindset is going to prepare you for the next games to come.
That's really important. A mindset like that is something that kind of gives a lot of positivity to your mind. So that makes you, or I would say, helps you to take very good decisions. But for now, when we just see PL Dominators against Detonation Gaming, this would be a fight to watch out for in the Georgopol Southern City. But when it comes down to this particular team, Reckoning, there has been very big changes in this lineup, isn't it? So Gravity Jord is here, Hunters is here, but Viper came in, Immortal was benched for a long time, then he again came to the play. In this new roster, I really believe they have a promising future.
Agreed. Reckoning Esports. There were several doubts on this team as well, because I personally thought that it will take a lot of time for Hunter to build a team around him, because he's always been there under better IGLs like Aru, and before that he was with Sensi. So it takes a lot for him to now take that responsibility over his shoulder. But coming back, look at that circle. This is what I was speaking about. 2 different islands coming in the final circles. And that is where each and every IGL is going to have a big question in his head. Which island should I prioritize? And it seems like 3 to 4 teams, or rather 60% of the teams in the lobby is right now prioritizing that shooting range region. And just in case the circle shifts away from there, that is when the drama begins, and that is when the entertainment takes place.
Completely agreed, Arka. If it anyhow goes down south, the team who will be in a very profitable position would be Team Storm. But a fight that was anticipated for a very long time has completely started. Oh my god, this is not what you expect. You wanted to get outside Wizard being put down. It was a big opening for PL Dominators. But now, Detonation Gaming, they might be facing a lot of consequences, because this one loss can affect them drastically, as this was a flanker from their side.
Ooh. That was unnecessary if you ask me, but in another perspective it was for him to save his bullets. But that's lemon which is being squeezed on a hurt.
For sure. I mean, it has always been that way, isn't it? So, like, panning it out or just knifing is something that comes up with a little banter that just prevails in game. But yeah, that's a good call for Detonation Gaming.
Now, these are the kind of small mistakes which I would like the undergods to avoid, right? They could have taken a longer route from around the hill, but rather they chose to, come in the crosshairs of NUMEN as they make it through to the other side. But it could cost them a lot. If Kratos connects the final few bullets, then they might be on the verge of losing a player. And there it is. Few of the shots does get connected. The experience coming into play. But still, somehow they survive. They're going to be thanking their stars for not getting that. A sliver of HP in one player. And that is going to be Danziate. It's so hard for me to pronounce these names lately.
I mean, people have been creative. The team names, or you take about their in-game names, they've been creative about it to make it a little bit unique. I mean, look at me, I've got my name Necros.
It's easy to pronounce if you ask me. But the previous name, my brain is still trying to understand how do I pronounce that.
My god. For ORGLESS 5, now this position is going to be very, very crucial, because a lot of teams, if you see Arca, they might be looking forward to rotate around the areas of Water City, because if you are looking for a wide rotation, Ruzok might be a good place. From Ruzok through that bridge, it can be a good call, but it would be a long rotation. But for now, it's first for Mizoram. A team who hasn't performed that very well in the first 3 matches seems to have a good start. And it's none other than PL Dominators in their crosshairs.
I've seen this team play before, especially Papa, Drew and Zaza. If they get going, it's a big game which they can end with. and the split has always not worked out for them, and crucial times it has backfired. But this time around, they've got the right corner of the circle, and look at that, the circle shift. Now all those players on the southern eastern side of the map are going to be cursing their Erangel indirectly, and they're going to be like, I hope you take me inside the circle, which is going to be the hardest one so far. All thanks to the number of people alive, 56 more people, and that small circle. A lot of fights is going to take place, Necros. I hope you're ready to wrap.
Oh, I'm ever ready at this moment, Arka, because I can just sense the amount of clashes that's going to happen in the Western Corridor. You see LOC, you see MTN, a lot of teams out there, but NUMEN, I mean, they are on a different mission. They won't allow Team Hybrid to just come inside the circle or maybe cross out the blue zone. It's a very tough situation for the players of Team Hybrid. They are actually kind of suffering a lot. They've lost 2 of their players and now 2 of them surviving. NUMEN, I don't think they would be taking any risk to go outside of the circle and take and finish them off.
Oh no.
Oh. I guess they have heard me.
And it seems like, Bunny has said enough. He's like, you know what? I know I can do the damage, and that is where he makes a big mistake. As Mew Mew from the other angle is going to do the job. Pumbaa, he has that final saying as of now, but it's important for NUMEN not to come into his crosshairs. But yet again, they walk in over here. Probably there's another knock in the making, and Pumbaa, he's going to have that final laugh on his face, and he's going to go down for the zone rather than giving that finish away. NUMEN, an unwanted fight. And eventually they pay a very, very hefty price of losing 2 players in that crucial moment.
It might be an exit for Team Hybrid, but they will be just taking it and going to the lobby by just saying the Hakuna Matata. But for sure, that smile, that kind of, I would say, the satisfaction of at least getting 2 beautiful finishes in their name will give some more confidence to these guys to make a strong comeback in the next 2 maps.
Touché, my friend, on that sentence. But you know what? What's more important was NUMEN to go in as a 4-man squad rather than a solo player. Yes, the action continues inside of the circle, and some really good rotation coming in. And this time around, it's coming in from the side of MZs. MASTIZONE Gaming, can they hold off that position? Whereas NUMEN on the other side, they're up to their shenanigans.
Look at this reckoning. ZYROXTREME, they face some kind of consequences. Good maneuvers coming up from Reckoning. They completely ran over those players. But when you look at this circle shift, oh my god. Look at this, Arka. You can sense the northern corridor cluster that would be happening in just a few moments.
The circle has been excruciating for all the teams out there. STR, I mean, this team has been playing, every chord right from the beginning, right, Storm? But now is their time to shine. Nobody to backstab them. Just clear off Glitch, which is in front of them, and then concentrate on welcoming the rest of the teams inside the lobby with a pour of bullets. Can they do so?
Oh, that nade. It made some good connections though, but ORGLESS 5. They're up against at this moment. It's going to be tough. A lot of shots being exchanged.
Oh, no.
Evo goes down. But there are retaliations coming up from both the ends. ORGLESS 5, they're struggling right now. But Sahil, he is just fighting as much as possible. Look at the HP of Karthik. I can't even see it.
Oh.
The Molotov came in the right spot. Sahil has to make a fallback. But right now, against Team Relax, it's going to be very tough. The revivals, I don't think it's going to be possible, but the snades, oh, that's going to give some hefty damage. Sahil has to be the one to clutch it out. He has to stop this push at any cost, no matter what. The DBS comes into the play. The damage has been dealt, and the knock is coming up. ORGLESS 5, they're still fighting back as much as possible.
Sahil is healing himself up, and luckily the opponents do not have any kind of throwables left out. He's got to be registering that knock, but that finish. But still, from the backlines comes the angry, hungry wolves of Reckoning Esports. They pick up few finishes, but eventually Hunter gets stopped in his path. And immediately, look at what's happening on the other side. RL, they're just gonna fall back, right? And that's the right way for you to play this game.
Good decisions. That's what I want to say at this point, Arka. But where will they go? The entire map is full of teams. Except them, there are still 11 teams alive. And now they have to face some rotational clashes with Reckoning. Oh my god, this is going to be tough. 1-on-3. Gravity Jaw just managed to survive and he would be definitely kissing his stars.
Relax are not relaxed at this point of time, and which could backfire if you ask me. Coming to the center of all these clashes, eventually get finished off, and this is what happens when you don't have a footing inside of the map. LOC on the other side, it seems like they've got one corner to clear off, but can they do so? Because as of now, they're trying to taunt more than one team. One is going to be Reckoning, the other is going to be NUMEN, and they have to watch out for their backs as well, because there's another team slowly creeping up, and I hope they're prepared for it.
Look at the position of PL Dominators, Arka. 3 players in a single shack. And Reckoning, they do have a read about it. One good nade going inside the shack. It's all done for PL Dominators. The nades are coming, but not in the exact spot where you want it to be. But Viper still opting for it. They know that if one nade goes inside, it will be very, very much impactful. But he has got no room. 4 nades still on him. He will be looking forward to at least get one, but the smoke path is crucial. But LOC, they have the topographic advantage, which might just give them some little opportunities. But this is something that Viper was completely manifesting off. 2 players down in a single nade.
And the push, the inevitable push amongst the smokes is going to cost him heavily. And now he needs backup. Immortal from a distance. All he can do is watch his teammate get ruthlessly taken down. That was an unnecessary push if you ask me. Probably gotten a bit more closer and used another throwable. But yes, he had to watch out for LOC from the backlines. But got that height advantage. But his teammate, what else can he do? Immortal is cooking up another grenade. If it lands, he gets some more finishes. But LOC versus MZ, MASTIZONE Gaming, can they do something special over here? Pratik from a distance is trying to put them down. And eventually he does. A long range battle pulled off to perfection. 4 finishes on this solo man.
Oh my god. They've got what they needed, but now Team Storm, they are still in the contention, but for how long? Pratik, my man, he's doing wonders right now. Being that solo player, getting all the finishes, but that's it. That's the line he would go for. It's first for Mizoram, still in the contention with all the 4 players remaining. Now PL Dominators, they will be under their radar. First for Mizoram, they have been silent for a longer period of time, but now the only one problem that they have to clear, it's going to be Team Storm.
It's going to be a cakewalk. Trust me when I say this. Papa Drew, he's picked up that momentum, and look at that. Immediately he's going to be stepping forward. He's going to be that assaulter to watch out for. But one problem who is actually, having a greater chance of ruining the game for them has to be that solo man on the left. In the name of Manny from the side of Team PL Dominators. But Papa Drew, he's got that cover of the tree. Has he got some throwables to finish things?
Oh my god, this is bad. That one knock costed him out, but Hitman doesn't make any mistake. Instantly knock and finish. It will just take one nade to completely eradicate Team Storm. But the positioning has to be right. Now there are some shot exchanges, but Manny, he will be looking forward to it. He finds one. Venom is down. Team Storm, they have to take care of both of these sides. First for Mizoram, and on the other hand, it's going to be PL Dominators. But Mikey, he has to step forward. He has got no covers, not any smoke even. And this is the end of Team Storm.
Papa Drew doing everything right, but eventually he's going to be the first one to get taken down. Manny understands not giving this finish is going to be much more important. But first for Mizoram, what a way to get that chicken dinner. The most chaotic lobby, and they had the patience to pull it off. And as I said, every time a team from Mizoram pulls off a chicken dinner, a small festive takes place in the chat. And I'm sure that they're going to be enjoying every bit of it. First for Mizoram, the first chicken dinner, and comes off in a style.
This is the ideal start that you need in your last 3 matches. They haven't had a great start for themselves, but now as we speak, this is what the people, those who are supporting them, wanted. This is what the team wanted. And finally, first for Mizoram, stepping it and starting it on an early note. We saw Evolution Mizoram in the previous day. They ended the day with a chicken in it, but they didn't have a great start. But it's a complete reverse. And I really wish that first for Mizoram will continue this in the next 2 maps as well.
Obviously, right, the last week was a big disappointment for them. Just 3 points from the 3 games, an average of just 1 point. But this time around, as I said, Papa Drew, if that man gets going, he can do a lot of damage. But again, it's the controlled aggression which needs to be inculcated by the whole of these Mizoram squads, because in their lobby I have seen, right, they rely on more of those mid-range battles, and the aggression sometimes amps up so much. In close range they'll be able to pull off a 1v3 or a 1v4 itself. So let's see whether they're prepared for a lobby like this in the upcoming games as well.
But now it seems like they are keeping it in silent, and they want to contest for that placement points as well, keeping up the balance, because that was the entire approach from first for Mizoram, isn't it? So, I mean, they were completely shut, not engaging themselves with any early fight. And in the final I would say the final circle, they came into the play and got as many finishes as they could. But Team Storm was definitely one of the big boulders that they were contesting for a longer period of time. But little it was not many from PL Dominators, things would have been different.
Yeah, 100% agreed. But at the same time, Storm, I really love their rotation as well, starting all the way from the Georgia region where they almost got taken down by NUMEN, and then they made their way through slowly, making sure they hold on to that island where several teams had a doubt that it might shift down. They held on to that shorelines of that shooting range island, and then after that, everything fell in place for them. I just hope that, they had better throwables so that they could have given a little bit of a fighting, stance against the side of Mizoram, but still they've done a decent job.
Yeah, for sure. They have done a very, very good job. And but we'll quickly jump on the MVP as well. Who is it gonna be? I think it's Papa who might just get this bagging out. I really don't know, but you know what? We'll completely see it when it comes on the screen. And here it is. It's Papa Drew with 5 finishes. Guess my prediction is sometimes right.
Yeah. I've seen that lately. You are predicting few teams to perform well, and they are. So eventually, for now, it's going to be first for Mizoram. We're going to be happy with this performance. 5 finishes, a 70% contribution. Shows that there's another 3-4 finishes from his teammates. But, they were not the only team which were doing the talking with the guns, right? There's going to be several others, and let's see who they're going to be.
Oh, Pratik. No doubt about it, isn't it? So my time now, Pratik was the only survivor, and the way he completely denied LOC, eliminated them from this very map was really, really surprising. Having 5 finishes, this man was stepping up pretty big. Followed by that, we've got Hunters from Reckoning, we've got Fuzzy from LOC and Fragger as well. And Fuzzy, if you talk about, he has been that one of the most valuable players from Group 3 when he played. He'd got 8 finishes in the first 3 games, so I was obviously looking up to him.
Yeah, but LOC, the kind of rush they made against a team like MASTIZONE Gaming, I don't think so it was a necessary one. But yes, they were looking forward to get that high ground access for themselves, so it becomes much more easier. But you know what, I think they've done the job when it comes to the finishes. We are able to see that Fuzzy has got 3, and the total finishes which they've gained is 7 with 2 possession points, a total of 9 points. A decent start if you ask me, but Team Storm and PL Dominators yet again stepping up and getting 11 and 10 points for themselves.
Not a very high finish game that we are seeing in the very first map of Erangel, but overall, I would say that every team in the top 8 has got some decent points. At least till #7, we are seeing them getting 9 to 8 points. That's definitely going to impact them a lot in the overall standings. But for NUMEN Gaming, I mean, I really expected a lot, right? They've got 4 finishes. They haven't got any position points. They were facing some problems, but that kind of setback against Team Hybrid is what they never expected. But quickly jumping onto the second chart, we will have another 8 set of teams, and here is what disappointment is, because for Team Relax or for Detonation Gaming, they haven't got much points for themselves.
Oh yes, Team Celsius, GLITCHxREBORN, especially after a 43-pointer in the first week and one chicken dinner. I was expecting them to at least get around 10 points in each game. But, it was the zone which started playing around, and their push was also a little bit of a mistake, and eventually they had to lose themselves. But, more or less, I believe that, Celsius and ORGLESS 5 are the two teams who will be losing a little bit of a confidence in comparison to the other teams, but one good game in the other two maps, they might make a stronger comeback.
Yeah, for sure. They would be looking forward to it because I really believe they have to. There is no room like they can do it or they might do it. They have to do it in order to get themselves in some better positions because they were already outside of top 64. If we just recollected, they are still way too far. And for them to make it, for any team who is out of top 64, they have to make some valiant extra efforts in order to climb up the ladder because it's going to be very difficult, right? When you see the other teams stepping up, finding so many points every match, it's really evident that you need to do the same to manage your place or to bag up your place in the top 64.
Yes, I hope so. But ladies and gentlemen, one game is over, and I hope you guys are also preparing back home for the in-game qualifiers because this in-game qualifiers is going to be the most crucial ones. You guys were wanting an opportunity, and Crafton has given you one. If you have registered successfully, then all you have to do is make sure you play 15 games in total, or 15 maps in total. You have an option of Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. And all of these maps shouldn't be played in the event mode. It should be the normal BR mode which you play. And the best 10 amongst the 15 games you have played will be considered. And if you're worthy of it, you'll be getting an opportunity. And we are waiting for you. We are waiting for you guys over here on the disc.
Yeah, for sure. And if I was there with my team, I would have definitely gone with some maps like Sanhok or Vikendi, where the map is small and you can find players very easily. But again, if you get very high finishes, Arka, the qualification chances does increase a lot. But when we just talk about these kind of stuffs, again, it's a tough journey for every other team. You see the teams who are playing in grind have also managed to come this far, and they've also played in-game qualifiers one or the other time. But our publishers are doing a wonderful job with a lot of brilliant stuffs inside the game, and that's why we call the Exude, which is coming up on our screen.
The Exode, the beautiful one with the lion right next to you. I mean, I've got one for myself. Obviously, I'm going to show off to all my friends very, very soon.
Okay.
Even to Necros. I know that, I'm waiting for you to react once, I have that lion sitting next to me in the game. But still, coming back right into the game, the first game of Erangel, I would say was a perfect start for this group. But the map of Miramar, I strongly feel is going to be a map of comeback for all the other teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I really want to know one thing from you, Arka. Which team are you rooting for? Or I would say you're seeking for that might just perform way, way too better in the map of Miramar?
I think it's going to be Team Hybrid because they found a good average in the previous time they played, but this time around I'm looking forward for them to convert these games into chicken dinners so that they'll have a better fighting chance into the top 64. With that question, Necros, thank you so much for being with us. I'll let you have a little bit of a breather and bring back the powerhouse of our desk right now in the name of Salty. I know that you enjoyed the previous game of Erangel because the circle was a very crazy one. And what are your expectations for the map of Miramar?
Expectations are going to be simple. I'm expecting the experienced teams, be it Reckoning, be it NUMEN, or possibly even LOC Esports, to kind of make a comeback and I kind of expected Celsius Esports to really step up on the game of Erangel, because this lineup, of course, the tag of Celsius Esports is new, but the players who are playing, they used to be playing from the tag of Blood Rose Esports initially. They were one of my favorites. Their approach used to be one of my favorites. Did not really get to see their prime self in that map. Hoping that on the map of Miramar, we will get to see their aggressive front once again. But extremely happy with first four Mirzam, hoping that on the map of Miramar, they kind of do good as well, Arka.
Oh, yes, because as we all know, if we have to speak about loyal fans around the country, when it
Yeah.
comes to the game of cricket, obviously it's we RCBians. But when it comes to the game of BGMI, it has to be the fans of Mizorams. Every single time there's a team coming in from the northern eastern side, it's not just Mizoram, it's the complete, whichever team might represent from the northeastern region, they're always there in the chat to cheer for them. No matter whether it's a loss or a win, they're always there. And I do believe that if you have a fan following like that, one or the other day, a trophy is for theirs taking.
They sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they do have a shot at the trophy, unlike RCB. I mean, at least for me, KKR fans, we've actually lifted it twice, so I'm not really going to bother you that much, Arka. I'm sorry for that damage right at the start of the cast, but getting back to the topic once again. Really, really happy with Team Storm, Hitman, Mickey. These players have been performing for a long time right now. I still remember, I think BGIS 2023, they went in pretty deep. Team Storm could not really make it to round 4, but their impact was there in the groups that they've played. They've managed to be inside the top 3 every single time, so I'm
Yeah.
definitely expecting this team to kind of replicate that same performance. But very surprised with PL Dominators. This team came out of nowhere. Week 1 when they played, they definitely surprised me, and now they are continuing that same front.
Yeah, this is the kind of mindset you need to have as well, right? Because after such a good start, there are going to be several teams who would want to experiment when it comes to the fourth game, or probably go a little more aggressive and pick up finishes as quickly as possible. But this team, they're thinking right. They're first prioritizing the circle, slowly taking the game, submerging themselves into their gameplay, and the game sense is slowly kicking in, and that is when they're picking those finishes. And I do believe that with this kind of a mindset, they can replicate the 35 or the 40 pointer they had in the previous week itself.
Well, we'll find that out. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to actually start flying on the desert lands of Miramar. And it seems like the big bird, it's taken off. The air traffic control right now is telling us where are we flying from right now. We're starting our flight from Los Leones, and we're heading towards Campo Militar, a flight path which is almost like an action replay of the first Miramar that we just had observed, Arca. This is interesting because once again, teams going to that Western Hemisphere, they'll have to do so much work.
I mean, it's not about them just working, right? Who's going to be stopping them on their path so that it becomes much more harder for them to reach that destination? But again, this is going to be a very interesting affair, because NUMEN Gaming and Reckoning are the Wounded Lions, and they'll be looking forward to have a stronger comeback when it comes to this game. And let's not forget GLITCHxREBORN as well. They are one of those teams to watch out for with the kind of lineup they have, and Sicario as well. In case he steps up, the story can be a little bit different for the others.
You're talking a little about GLITCHxREBORN. I think this team has one of the best scouting programs that we've seen in the country, because I still remember last season they dropped in a new lineup. They came in from the did they come in from the grind? I believe they came in from the grind, and then went
Yeah.
on to play the grand finals of the BGIS, where they also ended up on a very good note. They played in BMPS as well. They qualified for BMPS LAN as well. Of course, that lineup has changed, but the new set of players that they have got for themselves, it seems like they're not very far from their prior ones. Week 1 was really good for them. This week, they haven't really started strong, but I definitely have my hopes pinned on them, and it seems like right at the get-go, they might be duking it out against the players of Celsius.
I hope so. But GLITCHx, it seems like they're in deep troubles as Storm are looking forward to bring them down on their knees as quickly as possible. I would still call this an unnecessary one. I do understand it's all about you picking those initial knocks and finishes, right? But if
Yeah.
you've got time to go do the farming first, it's better they prioritize that.
Well, Team Storm, all of them have huddled up in that bus. And where are they heading? Are they heading towards GLITCHx, or are they heading their merry way? No, wait, they're not actually taking this fight. Initially, I thought that it was the rendezvous of these players to just try and huddle up before they move on, before the big war. GLITCHxREBORN, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief because nobody likes to engage in a battle as soon as you drop by. The parachutes were still there, but Team Storm, they had dropped in earlier. They got themselves the weapons to fight for. And some early shots were taken. Not a lot of damage being dished out. Team Storm on their merry way. But I want to see what GLITCHxREBORN and Celsius are doing, because from the map feed itself, it seemed like they were pretty close.
LOC and Celsius. These were the other two teams who almost shared the same drop location, right? Around that Hacienda del Patron region as well as the San Martin region. So I'm wanting to see whether, they might come into contention. Both of them will have to be careful. And there it is. It's going to be Drew OG on the other side who wants to pick it up, make sure that he does the damage. He's done it actually. He's got one for himself. And guess what? It's going to be Pekka from the other side who's going to be joining the party as well as he gets another knock. It seems like it's to and fro. And luckily, this time around, LOC are on the receiving end of things.
They certainly are on the receiving end of things. And honestly, they haven't received this fight well. Fragger has left this place. He knew that there was nothing that could be potentially done. Team Celsius, once again, this was the aggressive approach, Arka, that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Not to fear out their oppositions, but instead to instill fear in their hearts is what they do. Me and Johnny used to sing praises of this team when they used to play from under the banner of Blood Rose ESPORTS. Harshu, Rixin, phenomenal players. Pekka, one of the most experienced players in the circuit. Not a lot of people know about him because he never really got that tier 1 tag against him, but he has been playing for a very long time, extremely experienced. And then of course Dhruv OG has been the new addition to this lineup. On the other side, LOC, they've also been playing for a long time. And one interesting fact, LOC had a very good start at the grind. Seems like they could not really, at the grind 2023. 2024, they could not really do anything much.
I mean, it's still not done, right? They've got
Still not done.
valuable maps.
Yep.
Yeah, they've got two valuable maps. Just imagine 15-pointer in both is going to give them that valuable 30 points. And the previous 16 point is going to make it a total of 46 points. That's a big number if you ask me, looking at the overall point standing.
Yeah. But with this game, I think those hopes will be dwindling down because they've lost 2 players very early on. On the other side, at least for them, one good thing is Team Celsius have actually backed off from this fight. They could not spot the rest of the players. Look at Reckoning Esports though. They have a very interesting drop location. They always drop in the very northern frontiers of the map. Campo Militar and Torre Armada. These two regions, they have kind of split up in a 2-2 fashion, but I wonder where they're going to enter the circle from, because if they do try to inject in right from Al-Azhar or water treatment or anything in between, I think they will be blocked by Team ZX.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case, because I'm really looking forward for a little more action when it comes to the initial phases. Speak about action, we've got Aman who's going to be shot at from the time of from the side of team. Probably it was NUMEN who were trying to cross by, and they've done a little bit of a damage before going forward.
We'll find out. Team NUMEN, they do have the high grounds. Great position to work with. ORGLESS 5 underneath their crosshairs and Kratos. This is what we were talking about, Arka, initially. The M4 prone down. It's a laser beam. Definitely capable of bringing down those vehicles, but now he gets some return fire, so he's been pushed off the edge. But NUMEN, if the circle does not betray them, I'm pretty sure they can dominate majority of the teams rotating in and around them for a very long time right now.
I mean, it's all a gamble in the first circle, right? IGLs will be like, you know what, let's find that high ground in every single position of this map. Let the circle shift to any corner. The first thing we're going to do in the map of Miramar is get high ground. If there is no high ground, we're going to be getting the hardest compound which is available within that circle. And that's the kind of mindset you need to carry as well.
Let's see how long they can carry that mindset. On the other side, we do have Reckoning in front of our screen. Experienced players, young players, a mixed lineup. Immortal will kind of miss his partners in the form of Punk because that transfer just happened right before BGIS 2024. But this team is not bad, especially with the addition of GRAVExDIGGERS. GRAVExDIGGERS Hunters. Hunter specifically is one of the DBS specialists, and I really want this man to shine, especially in those close quarter combats. But Arca have been very surprised. Reckoning have taken a passive approach, not just in this game. They've had that passive approach in a while. They don't really have a lot of points as well. 26 points with 19 finishes. But I'm expecting this team to kind of bounce back today.
I guess it's all about that synergy. A newly formed team, a new IGL. Only Hunters has been that, close associate with Immortal.
Yeah.
So I do believe that, they're still trying to get that sync with the teammates. But they're not doing a bad job, if you ask me.
True.
So this game around, I think they'll be trying to, slowly make it inside the circle, and the final circles, press that trigger. And if everything goes right, probably in the next one, they might look forward to end the day in a good note.
You know, something which I was extremely happy about is the fact that Reckoning and PL Dominators, they shared their groups in the previous games that they played so far, and they had a very interesting duel. The only chicken dinner that PL Dominators have had in the grind so far came in by beating Reckoning in a grenade battle, in a nade warfare. And that was very interesting. I really want to see if PL Dominators and Reckoning are going to lock horns this time around as well. But ZYROXTREME and 5Filter Esports, they're the two teams in front of our screens right now. Mighty Jord does have the high ground, but 5Filter Esports, they have the hard covers. Two real set pieces advantage that Arca always likes to talk about, isn't it, Arca? Now, how are you going to choose between these two teams?
The team which is out in the open. The team which can easily get third-partied. And that has to be the side of ZX. I don't know. ZYROXTREME. What do I call them? ZYROXTREME?
Yeah.
They need to be careful. Because if they get a knock on their side, then it's going to be a little hard for them to, get that conversion. Because the circle is going to be wanting other teammates to come in a bit more closer, or probably other teams to come in closer. So they need to be careful. One, get a knock as quickly as possible, rush into this compound. Or else stay away from this fight and make sure you find another compound and avoid this unnecessary fight.
I think I 100% agree with you, because the circle as well is not shifting in a way where these two teams have a compulsion to fight, but it seems like Team ZYROXTREME wants to force the issue. And the first man has been knocked down. Team 5Filter Esports is a good start for this fight. Demon,
As I said,
does have the nade
ZX, not a good one.
Not a good one as of now. The start has not been great so far, and 5Filter Esports, constant shots being fired upon, and the pressure is constantly upon them. They do have the flank angles, but they're not exploiting the advantage, Arca.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them as well. This is the second man who's going to go down. But what's more important right now is for Team ZX to fall back from this fight. There's no necessity for them to continue this. Have that man advantage, at least in the final moments of the game. They're going to be pushing in. The intentions are clear to go in for the revival, for which they're going to be putting Molotovs and throwables to evade the opponents from coming in a bit more closer. What's more important for them is to convert those knocks into finishes. Because after losing a player, they'll need at least 1 or 2 finishes to boost their confidence.
Rawan is down and out. Demon finally has been revived by these two players right behind this rock. I don't really think this is a very good position. One nade, both of them will get knocked out, and XN is not in a position to revive, but I at least like the nade not onslaught. Team ZYROXTREME still trying to keep up the pressure. It's a very tactical warfare, and 5Filter Esports, they've done a very good job in holding their territory. They've not really given them spaces. Another plan has been knocked down. Mighty Jord in a duel, but here comes the trade. The reinforcements, the cover fires, 5Filter Esports, they're going to come together, play in tandem, and going to clean up ZYROXTREME. And yes, Arca, your instincts were definitely right.
Obviously right. As I said,
I like the confidence.
See, man, sometimes it's the textbook basics which we need to stick to, right? Because when you're rushing against a hard compound, especially in a map of Miramar, you need to be very, very careful because the opponents are going to have better view. They've been in the topography for a long time. They know the looks and corners of that building. So they know how to traverse around and make sure that they make you pay for every step you take. Until and unless they're outside of the circle and they'll have to step out of that hard cover, you don't have to commit to that fight.
Speaking of committing to a fight, look at this. Team My Time now. It does not seem like it is their time because Joish has the big bad M249 on him. The machine gun with an extended magazine is an absolute carnage and he's bringing it down. My Time now. They're trying to escape. Two players being brought down. This is the first time I've seen someone put up that 6x on M249 and actually control it. This is madness. But Malik has an M249 as well.
I mean, I think this is the wisest decision I've seen from the side of GLITCHX, if you ask me. There's a lot of reasons for it. One, yes, it's got that big buff after that update. Everybody was speaking about how the DBS has been nerfed, but nobody spoke about the big buff which M24 has got in the close range. And the second thing is this. All you can do is go in for the bursts. Nobody's spraying in continuously, right? They're going in for the burst. They're able to control that recoil now. The practice has made it perfect for them. And probably in the close range, they can just lie down and spray for the longest time possible if the player is outside of the circle.
Yeah, and that can be devastating. Don't even need to unload the entire magazine to destroy vehicles. In fact, you can possibly take down the entire cavalry if required. GLITCHX, they certainly have a good start, but do they have a good position is the question. Right next to Power Grid at the edge of the circle. But the circle has shifted very dynamically. A hard shift right in the second stage is something which I did not expect, but it did bring the fight to the San Martin region, and that is where majority of the clusters are formed. But here are your champions of the first game, ladies and gentlemen. First for Mizoram. And this game, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on them. Rotating quite close to MTN. But it's good news because MTN was falling under the prey of GLITCHX, so they don't really have the numbers advantage. Now in a 2v4 fight, I'm pretty sure first for Mizoram, they can get those initial jitters wiped off in this map if they do get those two finishes.
Couldn't have said that better. But the next circle.
Oh!
This is the shift I was looking forward for. And it seems like Lady Luck is still on the side of the first for Mizoram. Because all they have to do is just cross over a big hill and they'll have that high ground advantage as well. GLITCHX. This is going to be one other team who's going to be so happy with a circle like this. Celsius Esports. Team PL Dominators. I mean, name the big names and all of them are already inside of this circle. But Reckoning Esports will have to watch out for what kind of a rotation they're going to be bringing in. Through that water treatment, around closer to that water fields, and then somehow breach into the Hacienda del Patron region.
Yeah. In fact, Hacienda del Patron region will already be acquired by MASTIZONE Gaming. They're making that straight rotation in without any hindrance whatsoever. On the other side, if you do look, Team Celsius do have the center of the circle for themselves. And for an aggressive team like them, I think they are going to enjoy that action. And high traffic region, right? San Martin, it will have multiple teams rotating, flying by right next to them. Shall give them the opportunity of getting a lot of numbers on board.
All of this comes down to how many points you're going to take home, right? I guess that pressure itself is going to make sure that all these newly, upcoming stars, I would like to call them the upcoming stars because we are done with undergods, we are done with underdogs, but they are the new stars. NUMEN Gaming have no idea that there's a player lying around, just around or behind that rock.
Team Relax, just waiting in the shadows for NUMEN to make a mistake, but NUMEN, they've got experience under their belt. They've also got a lot of points. 18 finishes, 29 points already acquired. And I think Team Relax, they're prepared Nade does go flying in towards Yash, but it seems like a return one is going to come back and Team NUMEN are going to retreat. No fight happening, boys and girls, because of course the circle has drifted quite far away and they will have to make a much larger rotation, but it seems like first for MIZORAM and Team MYTIMENOW, they're going to duke it out. Choi88 does have that UMP for himself, but it seems like the Nade might be a better option. Utility did come flying in. Adi trying his best to try and outnumber these players, but that's not going to happen. Team first for MIZORAM. Like I said, they do have one finish on board, but they have to be a little careful because Team Reckoning are drifting quite close to them right now. And this can be a fight which can really cause problems for them.
Oh, whether that's going to be the case or is it going to be GLITCHxREBORN who's ready to welcome them with a pour of bullets, because the direction in which first for MIZORAM are moving is not the right one if you ask me. GLITCHx, it seems like this fight is going to be inevitable. Reckoning are going to be a little far away from this position, but Maniac, there's a grenade which just flew over his head, so he has a better idea that someone is there or more than one player is there across the hill, and eventually he's going to fall back.
I like this split. A 3-1 split coming in from first for MIZORAM. Papa Drew being protected by the rest of the cavalry while Maniac bringing in the front lines. He will have to fall back though because Reckoning were constantly putting up the pressure from the back lines. But now look at this. NUMEN, they drifted away from one team, but now they are in front of another. ORGLESS 5 is going to be the next target. And one of the players has actually been brought down. Kratos was knocked out, but now has been revived. So I'm pretty sure NUMEN, they're locked and loaded. It's a 1v1. Money's going to win that. 2 players knocked down, 2 players finished. NUMEN, they certainly have a good start.
Oh yes, it's going to be dope. And you know, his IGL, both of them sticking together, whereas Kratos and Yash are on the other side of things. All they're doing is gaining information and giving it to them. But FFE versus the side of RL, this is going to be a fight to watch out for.
Who's going to win it? That's the question. 5Filter Esports, they have a few finishes in the bag already. They beat the likes of ZYROXTREME, and now it's Team Relax who are approaching them. It's a 4v4 fight. An absolute warfare. But look at that lone man sketch. He's like, hi guys, I'm just going to prone down quite far away from this region, not really participate, but maybe can play a spoiled sport. Has to watch out for him as well. He does have his teammate as well right next to him. And this is where Sketch can really fire. He's going to unload that magazine, and one man is down. Team Relax, they're crumbling on their knees. Team 5Filter Esports, they can have a huge boon in their minds right now.
Oh, the way he sketched out that fight was perfect if you ask me. And he did the damage, he understood, he got that finish, and he's immediately going to fall back. But what's more important right now is to watch how Just Jill will be able to, you know, convert this into his favor. An impossible task if you ask me, because eventually throwables are going to be tossed in from the window and it becomes so hard for him to avoid all those commotion. So now a push is going to be inevitable. There it is.
Nice.
With that AKM, he does counter the DBS this time around. He's got that Scaril. He's got to be pushing in, but he misses out on that single player. Very well fought war, but all he had was 0 finishes.
I mean, he did try his level best. A 1v4 in that situation was a Herculean task, but he could not really complete that. 5Filter Esports, this is the performance I have been longing for. I've seen this team before, I've seen them play, and they definitely are not an opposition to underestimate. On the other side, Team ORGLESS 5 and Team LOC coming in close contestation. Fragger will be flushed out of his hard cover with that Molotov itself. Team ORGLESS 5, they're actually falling back without a lot of cover for themselves, venturing out in the open. I'm not sure if that's the right idea. Fragger does have a visual, but he does not really make a move, and now he's been knocked down from a distance. Team Celsius have made their presence felt.
High ground advantage. But how many finishes can they pick up from that high ground? And ORGLESS 5, look at that. Deception. Making sure they put smokes here and there so that the opponents are going to be, you know, in a doubt that he's present here or there. And all of a sudden, out of a different angle, he's going to be popping out and making sure he does the damage.
There's a lot of action happening in the backlines. ORGLESS 5, they are being constantly challenged by Celsius Esports. But their last remaining survivor is going to walk into the smoke, wants to be a smoke criminal, but Arshot is not going to allow him to do that. 5-filter esports have 8 finishes to their name right now, and they are standing tall. All that they have to do is just enter the circle, possibly take a southward rotation, and now from the backline it's going to be first for Mizoram who's going to approach them. A lot of damage has been dealt from that M416. 2 players quite low on HP, and now I think they're going to breathe their final breaths. There you go. 2 players knocked down, possibly finishes confirmed for 5-filter as well.
I mean, that's the longest rotation I've seen from a player. First for Mizoram. It was not necessary for them to take that longer rotation. Probably could have committed to some fight and got a compound for themselves. But hey, we are not the one playing. We don't know. We don't understand the pressure which is being held by them right now. But yes, they've got one finish before exiting from the lobby.
But look at Celsius. They're starting to dominate. The hills of San Martin. Certainly the kings of them currently, and Becca is in position. One disadvantage, he does have the Scarl instead of the M4, but I hope that his experience is going to come into the picture right now. He will be able to get those frags. The biggest opposition currently has to be Reckoning, because their prediction for the circle has also been immense. The rotation has been fire. Coming in from Campo Militar, now settling on the western side of San Martin. I really want to see if they can challenge Team Celsius, possibly take them out for the King of the Hill battle.
Somewhere I feel this is more about my enemy's enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
They're not gonna touch Celsius as of now, but the spread is something which is kind of bothering me. Both Celsius as well as Reckoning. I mean, they're playing like this, obviously waiting for the next circle to form up so that it becomes easier for them to, regroup later on, deciding which corner of the map they're gonna hold. But in case somebody pushes in towards them, they're just gonna get cut off one player at a time.
The trade potential is very important, Arka. If you do have all 4 teammates on your sidelines, you can cover fire for them from any place you want. And I hope they have that. But on the other side, 5-filter esports, they wanted to enter the circle, but now they are panicking. And panicking for a reason. Aman was being challenged. He has been taken down right now. Too many shots coming in at 5-filter esports, and it seems like they're starting to crumble. At the distance, it seems like 2 teams, Team Hybrid and NUMEN, are also duking it out. It's all for who enters the circle, ladies and gentlemen, because 2 Titans are holding the center of it, and the Goliaths are trying to make their presence felt. Team Hybrid have the little pocket of space for themselves. They are battling against NUMEN, but NUMEN have managed to escape. Dopil could not do so, but he has been left as a sacrificial pawn. So Team Hybrid, they will have to switch focus and now focus on GLITCHxREBORN. Joish is still standing tall.
Now Hybrid, all they have to do is, in case they have vehicle, just get into the circle. The corner from which they are playing is completely empty. And there's just one man to stop their tracks. And that's in the name of Bunny from NUMEN. But yes, they're playing on information, which is a good thing. Slowly pushing up, trying to see whether there's a player over there. In case there is, then try to, finish them off and then make it inside the circle. Melvin on the other side, he wants to finish off FFE before coming in, because that's more important. Nobody to backstab on the smaller circles.
Absolutely. And look at that. Hybrid, they've successfully managed to do that. That's brilliant. Now their back lines are covered. They can focus on the front lines. And in the front lines, they're going to find that lone survivor, Team NUMEN Gaming. And I don't think he has all what it takes to try and stop this team. Team Hybrid doing really well. Bunny, of course, is going to get the first knock. Rocketman will get taken down, but Pumbaa from the backlines could not connect that knock. They might lose the player. They do so. Hybrid, they've lost a very crucial cog in the wheel. But now NUMEN, of course, they are going to suffer. But before going out of the game, Bunny made sure that one man from Hybrid gets taken down. And now things are going to get tougher, Arka.
I mean, yes, the man disadvantage is obviously going to be there. But if you ask me, it all depends on where the next circle is going to form up.
Yeah.
That is going to write the fate of all these players out there. But it seems like Hybrid are going to have another uninvited guest coming closer to them. RGE are busy picking up finishes with those grenades. They've been holding it for a long time now. The resources have been intact for them.
Yeah.
Look at Melvin.
The circle has actually shifted in no man's land. It's right in that plain land in between all the teams right now. On one corner, you've got Reckoning Esports. On one corner, you've got Celsius. You've got Detonation Gaming involved in the picture as well. They have survived for a very long time. And then Hybrid involved in the mix of things as well. Hunters constantly peppering Team MZ down with those nades coming in. It's an artillery, absolutely. But I want to see this man in its prime strength. That is those short-range battles. And that will only happen when they start clearing out all the outliers in this particular circle. And one of them will be MASTIZONE Gaming.
MASTIZONE Gaming yet again being a little bit consistent when it comes to their possession points. But what's more important for them is to somehow get those revivals, get away from the crosshairs of Reckoning, for which they would need the help of other teams as well. Look at this four-way Mexican standoff. Mew comes in closer.
Nice.
He has an idea. He does do the damage. He puts two players down. He puts the third one as well. And guess what? Celsius from behind is going to come join hands and put an end for a complete squad. But what's more important is that the war is still not over as Celsius are getting in closer to them.
They certainly are, but look at this, MASTIZONE Gaming. They're starting to breathe again. Rex, Viper, Hellboy. Viper has been taken down once again, but Reckoning, they were trying to pin them down. Team Celsius picking up finishes from left, right, and center. They are ambushing against opposition and exterminating them every single time. And like you said, we are down to a triple threat match. Reckoning, Celsius, and Team Hybrid. Team Hybrid, of course, they are going to feel the brunt of the blue zone being electrocuted. But Reckoning, slowly and steadily, they have garnered a lot of map control. Hybrid, of course, they are taking so much damage, but so is Immortal and so is Team Celsius. Immortal getting the knock. Team Celsius, this is panic moment for them. They're trying to push up through the smoke itself. Reckoning have not been pushed back. They are doing everything in their strengths to take down Celsius and their players, and now it's a 2v3.
A perfect setup coming in from the side of Reckoning. The only hard cover at that situation was that, drop, and eventually, Hunter goes up front. Who plays this better than him? The close range gun, the new one, and he does everything perfectly. Look at that jiggle. Look at that crosshair placement. He's going to end things for the opponents and to grab that chicken dinner by its throat. What a beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of Reckoning. High ground advantage, the corner from which it has to be held, and finally, the perfect gun to use in the close range battle.
I talked about the king of the hill battle. On one hill we had Reckoning, on one hill we had Celsius. It was a battle of this match, to be honest. I always felt like these two teams had to duke it out, but they did it at the right time. Like I said, they had to take care of the outliers, all the teams who were coming in from around, be it MASTIZONE Gaming, be it Team Hybrid, but they were taken care of. And at times it felt like these two teams, they're working in tandem. If Reckoning is doing majority of the work, Celsius will actually put the cherry on top of the cake, get the final finish, eliminate the team, and then, of course, garner all the finish points for themselves.
The one team which I'm happy about is Hybrid. I really wanted them to perform, and eventually they have done it, right? Because when it comes to the corners of the circle, they held it to perfection. They made sure that they pick up finishes as they make it to the final moments, and their intentions were clear. We have enough finishes. Let's try to get some position points, restrict the opponents for the longest time possible, with the solo man surviving and coming into the top 3 to gain those 5 valuable position points. I think they've done the deed.
They certainly have. I mean, the way they took down NUMEN, the way they took down, I believe, all the other teams, maybe MYTIMENOW and everyone else. I think this was perfect. And for Hybrid right now, I think it's time that they build on this momentum. Miramar is not a game where you actually go in for finishes, but they went so. So possibly they can actually use this inspiration and try and progress towards the map of Sanhok and do the same deed as well. But you've got to give it to the lads of Reckoning, because I think this was needed. This performance was needed big time, because this team was struggling. We saw the lineup changes, we saw the recent history, and they certainly were not at their peak when it came to the new point system. But finally, Immortal, Hunters, and Co, they stitched together a partnership where rotations from Campo Militar to San Martin has finally been successful.
I really like every bit of that, if you ask me, because it's more about, as I said, finding that synergy within the team. And once they understood these two duos will do well, and they were the two players to stick together, and every single corner, even though they could have fallen into that greed of getting those finishes, themselves. They were like, now is not the time, let's wait it out. Now is not the time. And when the time was right, they did not miss even one mark. Once they pressed the trigger, it was either a knock or a finish.
Absolutely. Well, there's been one player who, when pressing his trigger, was getting a knock or a finish for himself. Well, I'm gonna be guessing, but I don't really think I'm gonna make it right. So let's just have a look at the MVP and find out who he was for this game. And it is Hunters from the side of Team Reckoning. 7 finishes on this land. Did not really catch that, but now it comes to me as a surprise, but I'm not disappointed at all. This player has been playing for a very long time, had so much potential, and finally at Reckoning he's getting that platform that he can showcase the world what he's made up of. A finished contribution of 70%. Just goes to show how much heavy lifting he was doing for his team, Arka.
Oh, yes, and he's got that right opportunity as well. He'll have to thank his IGL to place him in that corner where he could unleash himself. But again, Hybrid Melvin, he was doing a great job. He was stepping up for the team. He was the entry fragger, got those initial knocks and finishes. Celsius Harshu was also one of those players who have done a decent FE. This is one of those teams we need to speak about. 5 Filter Esports. 2 of their players have got enough finishes. Before getting taken down, they were looking unstoppable when it comes to their firepower. All thanks to that initial fight which walked into their doorstep.
Absolutely. I think 5 Esports were one of the marquee teams in the initial phase of the game. 5 finishes on Nikki, but that's just 45% contribution. Possibly an 11 finish game for 5 Esports. Arj got with 4 finishes on him as well. So these two teams, they've done really well, and I'm pretty sure that 5 Esports, even though they've got finish points, not really a lot of position points to kind of back it up. Only 12 is what they have garnered. But look at the very top, Reckoning Esports with an even split of 10 points each. They've got 20 points for themselves. Team Hybrid with 17 points. Celsius Esports with 16. And then you've got NUMEN, that big jump at 6. NUMEN has not been consistent. Their rotations aren't really going well for them. Their firepower is not kicking in. 6 points, it's not bad entirely, but now I'm starting to wonder if this team is going to qualify directly in the top 64, or will they have to come through the in-game qualifiers.
I mean, there's still another game, right? A 120 pointer can place them in a very good position, if you ask me. So let's see. Let's see how it goes. But MASTIZONE Gaming yet again getting that average of 4 to 5 points. But the final game has to be a big one for them. Detonation Gaming. This is one of those teams who need to watch how they're going to take fights, and PL Dominators as well. It's not about you just rushing in for finishes. It's also about you thinking of how you're going to take those fights, looking at the terrain or the topography.
Yeah, PL Dominators. This was possibly the first game where they slumped a little bit. This team has been consistent throughout in all the games that they've played so far, but possibly the first 1-digit pointer that they have secured, but it's fine. Even GLITCHxREBORN, as a matter of fact, I think today they never really got going, but now they only have that one opportunity on the map of Sanhok. After that, you obviously have LOC Esports first for Mizoram, ORGLESS 5 and Team Storm with just 1 points each. And it seems like the teams who performed in the first game, they had a massive slump on the map of Miramar. And it's understandable, the two maps, even though they're both the default maps, the way you actually approach them is quite different. But hopefully on the map of Sanhok, we do get to see some new names coming up, possibly ZYROXTREME, possibly Team Relax. These two teams, they also have got great potential, but they just did not really get going to show that potential to the world.
I mean, if you forget your textbook basics, that's what's gonna happen to you, right?
Yeah.
ZYROXTREME, that is one team I would like to point out. An unnecessary fight which they took. They were a little overconfident. They learned the lesson the hard way. So probably now we can expect them to have a even pacing throughout the game. Slowly pick up that momentum when it comes to finishes, and then look forward for something better.
Well, all these learnings, it's not just for the pro teams, ladies and gentlemen, it is also for you. And if you were preparing for the in-game qualifiers, then maybe this is something which you can incorporate in your game as well. You don't really have a lot of time though. Tomorrow is the deadline, 11:59 p.m. is when the in-game qualifiers end. So do make sure that you play all the 15 classic matches with your 4 main registered players before that, and your top 10 will be calibrated to get your average. The average has to be high enough so that you qualify for the BGIS. But all I can wish you is just give your best shot and try and qualify, because we all are waiting for new faces and new stars, and it will be amazing to cast your matches. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, there's been some interesting matches happening. There has also been some interesting things happening behind the game. The lore of this game, Snacks has been a massive creator so far, and this is a story described in a very small promo.
रुक रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के, जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के, जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
You know, like I've always said, the game is just a platform, and the people who are creative on it, the people who excel at it, they have the potential to become household names, just like Snacks did. And it seems like it's been the livelihood for so many people right now in the country. And even you guys who are aspiring pro players, I just wish you all the best for everyone who is trying to prepare for the in game qualifiers. But coming back to the grind today, Arka, of course, the last game is getting locked and loaded. Before you leave, of course, I want your prediction. Who do you think is going to make it in this final map of Sanhok?
Reckoning again might implement something new, but it's either Team Storm or My Time Now.
Well, Team Storm is going to be an interesting name. I really love their approach in the first game of their group, of course. But for now, I think Celsius Esports can also be an interesting name to talk about, because their aggressive approach on the map of Miramar was definitely showcased. GLITCHxREBORN can be one of the key candidates because they had a phenomenal week one. But speaking about week one, it seems like I'm going to miss Arka for now. I'm going to bring back my main man, Mr. Necros. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing super right now, Salty, and kind of after seeing this match, I have my high hopes for Celsius, as you were talking about. I mean, I was a little disappointed by seeing their first game, but it seems like they've made a way to come back in a very drastic manner. And this match, I really believe, will bring back the momentum what Celsius started should end in the map of Sanhok as well.
Yeah, expecting a little more things from PL Dominators and LOC, to be honest, because LOC was one of the bright shining stars of Grind 2023. They really performed well and got everyone's attention, but could not really go far inside of BGIS. They did qualify, but could not really make it till the semi-final. So right now, I'm currently hoping that that one final push, that almighty push, does come through, but it is not going to be easy because the competition is intense. Just like you said, there's Celsius, there's NUMEN Gaming as well, from whom the fans expect a lot, but so far they haven't really performed to the expectations, have they?
No, they haven't actually. That's the major factor. I was really hoping that, you know, when you have got a big banner on your chest, the big logo that carries a big legacy, because NUMEN Gaming in the previous BGIS edition, they came in the 32nd position. That was definitely not the ideal one, but sure, I really thought, you know, this new lineup they have taken under very recently. It has not been a long time that we have seen this lineup play under NUMEN's banner. So I had a little expectations, because when you scout out players, it does make a lot of impact. But again, it has been a harsh day. I would just say it was a bad day for the players of NUMEN. I really hope that they bounce back in the future time.
I mean, speaking of bouncing back, they don't really have a lot of opportunity right now. They just have that one game that is left. Even GLITCHxREBORN, as a matter of fact, you were talking about the new lineup, the scouting missions that GLITCHxREBORN do for their own lineups themselves. Managed to prepare a successful lineup that competed in two back-to-back lands. This lineup also looks very promising, but we'll have to see how does this one perform on the map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path is alive in front of our screens right now. It starts from Tatmok, it ends at Lakawi, very much tilted towards that right-hand side, but I really want to see where are those drop collisions brewing up, because right from the get-go, I think on the first map of Sanhok, you do remember there were multiple
Oh
drop
my.
collisions which were happening. So this one, I have high hopes, Necros.
I don't think there was just drop collisions, right? They were like three or four way fights that we were witnessing in just
Yeah.
compounds, not even a proper drop location. That was really something that I was astonished of. But now it seems like there would be some kind of contest, as I see my time now. They're heading towards the areas of Camp Alpha. And around that corner is the usual drop locations that we see Aiku Soul take it. It's acquired by Detonation Gaming, and the entire circle prevails again towards the northern side. But again, a much awaited contention that Salty you were seeking for in the previous Sanhok has come to alive in this one.
Yeah, Team Celsius, previously known as Blood Rose, they always used to drop at boot camp. This is their home turf. And in this lobby as well, we'll have to see if ZYROXTREME can challenge them. ZYROXTREME, not really a big threat in the early stages of the game. We saw them getting taken down. But speaking of getting taken down, oh my god, Team Reckoning, this is massive. Team Storm, they've taken down 2 players. Immortal was a dead bird in the sky. Now he's knocked down, but I don't think Reckoning have any possibility of getting their men back up alive. Team Storm finding those weapons early and striking when the opposition is not even prepared.
It seems like Arca's prediction is actually making a lot of impact at this moment. Team Storm, the way they have started, they're up for a cyclone right now, because to getting 2 of the crucial players of Reckoning, it's going to impact them a lot. Even GRAVExDIGGERS, look at his HP, Salty. He's dropped down a lot. He might be looking forward to just grab a weapon or something. But Team Storm, they don't even want to give a single chance for Reckoning to retaliate. And GRAVExDIGGERS, he might have got just 1 or 2 guns or maybe some healings, and he's running for his life.
He has to run for his life. Team Storm, not an opposition you can scoff at. They did come in previous BGIS, did make it before the semi-finals. Could not really make it till the semi-finals, but till round 4, they were a very strong contender. And now they're making their worth. Reckoning Esports in shambles, but so is ZYROXTREME. Xing will be finished off, but Celsius, they're not just satisfied with just 1 finish.
They aren't. They're a team who is hungry, who is looking for some more, but oh my god. Demon Bot, he was waiting for the right moment to strike in and instantly takes down Dhruv OG, and he's completely trapped. If he tries to just go out and seek for a revival, he would be just turned into a crate. There is no second chance for him, and I really don't think that ZYROXTREME, the players, they would just let him slip away, as one of their teammates have completely confirmed.
Mighty Jord is quite low on HP.
Yep.
And I think he has been pinned down by Pekka. And all of a sudden it comes to a standstill. Demon Bot, just like you mentioned, that knock was quintessential to stop Celsius, but look at this, MASTIZONE Gaming. They've got Rocket Man out of picture. And now MASTIZONE Gaming, they start their onslaught, but it seems like they've been hit back themselves. Viper has been brought down. Trades happening left, right and center. MASTIZONE and Team Hybrid. It seems like they're taking jabs at each other, but so far, the knockout blow is still yet to come.
They need to just go for the revival as fast as possible, but when you see Viper got taken down, it's way too open. I'm quite surprised that he didn't got finished off. Have to just give the credits to the one giving the cover fire, and that was really effective. I mean, completely pushing away the players of Team Hybrid, forcing them to just not seek for any revenge at this moment is definitely a tough task. But if you ask me right now, MASTIZONE Gaming, the kind of aggression seems to be updated from the previous matches that they have played.
The previous matches, not really ideal for MASTIZONE Gaming, but this one, they've got a good start, at least. Team Hybrid on the other side, just slowly falling back. I felt that MASTIZONE would go in for an advanced flank because they utilize the vehicle, but it seems like now they have stopped on their tracks. Pekka on the other side does not really have a lot of bullets to waste, so has to be very cautious. Rawan is right in front of him, and as soon as he peeked, the return fire was there, but Pekka misses his shots. And now Rawan hits him back. This is flirting at its level best. Rawan is like, all right, fine. Do you want me to look at you first, or do you want me to make the first move?
Well, it seems that you have a good knowledge about it, isn't it, Salty?
Nah, man. I'm old.
I mean, I didn't even know about it, but yeah, keeping it aside, it seems like, oh, this is bad. This is real bad. My time now. They get two of their players taken down, and one is confirmed during the rotation. Pratik, the key player in the map of Erangel, again has to do some big job, because in front of them they've got Detonation Gaming, but right now Celsius even seems they don't want to waste any more time, and they are going all in.
Finally, they're actually going all in, and now it's just Mighty Jot. Does have the S12K, but hasn't really managed to connect any of the shots. And like I said, ZYROXTREME shouldn't really go in for those early battles, because that definitely is not their forte. And now they have suffered the brunt of it. But on the other side, it seems like for Celsius, another team has approached them, and that's going to be Team Relax. Through OG does have the vantage point for himself, so the height advantage might be useful, but so far it seems like Relax, they're relentless so far. Contrary to their name, they're just charging into that U-shaped building, and it seems like they're not going to stop.
Looking kind of that, I mean, they have a kind of sneaky approach, not giving a lot of sound to the players of Celsius, because this is their home turf, isn't it? So, and they know it pretty well. Having one of the teams wiped out, they will be looking forward to get some more. And if Celsius are able to just wipe out Team Relax, I don't think anything can be better than that. But oh, that nade, that could have been very deadly. But Pekka, he's been taken down by that Molotov by Pirate, and this is going to be very hefty as Celsius. They might be facing some numbers disadvantage for themselves.
So far, yes. Team Celsius, they are being charged upon. I love the movement coming in from Pirate. Just trying to go in for a white flank from where they least expect. That Scarecrow possibly scared him too much, and that is exactly how Team Celsius got themselves a nice little knock. Even Stevens in terms of numbers, Ken still trying to confirm as many finishes as he possibly can. Becca is down, Rickson is down, but Dhruv OG, this is his chance to shine. Show his teammates what he's capable of, but so far it seems like Relax, they'll take this breathing room to resurrect back their players.
I don't think they have a quite intel, right, where they are going for the revival Unican. Oh, now this is something that you don't expect, but oh, this is one again, another man going down, but make it a double. Pekka joins the party as Pirate remains the solo survivor. He has to pull off something great, but the numbers are in the favor of Team Celsius right now.
What a momentum shift. Pekka just single-handedly turning this fight on his own shoulders, and now Dhruv and Pekka, they're going to work together, and this is it. Team Celsius, they're going to wipe the floor with Team Relax, and this just didn't really make sense. It was just one player surviving. They could have actually pushed up, but Team Relax, they had that laid-back approach, sticking to true to their name, but relaxing a little bit. But that costed them a lot, their life in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they can relax for now outside the game, but right now, if you talk about Team Celsius...
Nah, that's stress, bro.
Well, if you look in that way, it is. But when you talk about like 5-filter esports, I mean, they have been doing pretty good, isn't it? So, but up against, they've got Team Storm exactly knocking on the corridors. Maybe they have got some little altitude advantage for them, but I really believe like the way Team Storm have started, they will look forward to seek for more, because why not?
Speaking about Team Storm as of now, they've had a great start to this game. Got themselves the first 2 finishes from Reckoning, reducing them to a 2-man team, and right now they've got Team 5-filter esports under their radar. Ace being the new man, connecting a couple of shots on Arshgod, but that's it. No knocks confirmed, but look at what is happening here. You've got Team Detonation Gaming, you've got Team MYTIMENOW, and you've also got Team GLITCHxREBORN. But it's just individual players and not the entire team, and I wonder how spread out these players are. For GLITCHx, the teammates are at least available within 100 and 200 meters, but for MYTIMENOW, it seems like just one player surviving, caught in a trap, caught in a 3-way tap. That's not really going to help him, and look at that, that's exactly what's going to happen. 2 players from Detonation Gaming, greater than 1, of course, and that's going to be the end of MYTIMENOW.
So now it's, yeah, they have taken an early exit. But again, a kind of fight between Detonation Gaming and GLITCHxREBORN. It will be very fun to watch because the one who wins it kind of gets a key for themselves for the Western Corridor. But Malik, oh, you cannot just go that relentlessly, because in front of them you've got the Detonation Gaming. A lot of shots being taken, but if they can just connect one good nade, because Ivan was already down, but this is not what I meant. Tanzay has been taken down by the splash damage of Malik's nade. Zordopi instantly came to a rescue. While Magic, he's still having that height advantage. He might just have some little bit of room to take down another player. As it seems like Detonation Gaming, they would be looking forward to taking exit from that spot.
But how do they do so? Right behind them, there's going to be a very steep ledge. Right in front of them, they have an entire army in the form of GLITCHxREBORN. And if they manage to jump down, I think the drop is going to be massive. ZOROP definitely trying to scout out and find out information on where exactly the players are, or possibly trying to flush them out of their cover, but I don't really think GLITCHx have the time to do that. They will have to cross back into the mainland, get inside the circle, and I think this fight, they are taking way too much time to kind of finish up. And I think finally they've been knocked back into their senses. Magic is on his move, and I wish Malik and ZOROP do the same as well.
Meanwhile, ORGLESS 5 has been taken down and out. This is going to be some drastic exits that we are seeing. But as in, again, coming back to this topic, it seems like Detonation Gaming, they've taken some drops. Look at their HP, you can just kind of get an idea about it. But GLITCHx, you know, they're still looking forward whether or not they are here or they have left. But talking about the replays, dope. He has played some very crucial roles for himself and for his team, and I'm really happy for NUMEN Gaming. I mean, the way they have started off, the way they are actually playing this good. I really thought that they will take a lot more time to get the momentum, but it seems they have got it.
Well, we'll find out if they have got it, but as of now, Team GLITCHxREBORN, it was a very rushed out rotation to kind of cross the bridge. They did make it to the mainland, but now they are going to be under fire. Team Storm constantly peppering them with those shots, but so far no damage has been dealt. But what I'm worried about for GLITCHx is going to be the exit from those compounds. Magic is stuck right now. If Storm do not leave their position, GLITCHx have nowhere to go. Or at least leave Magic behind as a sacrificial pawn while the rest of the players can actually make the rotation.
That's definitely going to be a big call, isn't it? So, like, when you have got one of your teammates completely stuck and you need to help him, but it seems like he's got a chance to reunite with his teammate. The rescue mission was successful for the side of GLITCHx, but looking towards the northern side, it's almost vacant thanks to those open areas that no team wants to hold off. Every team wants their hard compounds or the hard covers for themselves, while Reckoning, they're way too far in the map. Still in the areas, yet to cross the areas of Painan. And I don't see them having a lot of first aid, Salty. Now this is concerning because you see it's stage 3 and almost it's going to be stage 4. So the blue zone is going to give you a hefty amount of damage that you need to deal, as well as you need to enter the circle. They're changing the vehicles, which is very crucial for them as well.
This actually brings a small little smile in my face because Immortal, I'm pretty sure he learned it from his quote-unquote sensei from the EXO days as well, when they were together, Punk, Sensei and Immortal. They really mastered the art of heal battles on the map of Sanhok, and they always used to do that. Stay in the blue as much as they possibly can, get so many first aid kits on board that they can outlive the blue circle, and they had so many great memories. Winning games out of nowhere from places where people never used to expect. Those days are gone, of course. The heal battle system out of Sanhok has been completely eliminated. The zone damage is enormous. There's been that great multiplier added with the new zone meta as well, so you can't really do that. Those days are gone, but when you see resemblance from your past, you do have that smile, that nostalgic smile.
Yep. brings back a lot of memories, isn't it? So many team shuffles have happened from that moment, and a lot of teams have changed. Even for GLITCHxREBORN, isn't it? It was a complete different roster for the previous season. Now they have a different roster. Datto is still performing this way in a very good manner. It's a kind of very happy situations for the entire organization of GLITCHxREBORN to get another good lineup in their side. But talking about good lineup, Salty, this is also a very promising lineup. Detonation Gaming, they have done a good job in the first 3 games. Eventually, today, they haven't got a chicken dinner yet, but they're still looking forward to come up with some very, very good performances, as they do have just 2 more players remaining. And the way they're heading, it's going to be a little troubling because there's just not 1 but 2 teams holding on above the ridge.
A very aggressive lineup, Detonation Gaming. When they do get going, they can get finishes on board. 20 eliminations from the first week, not really a lot today. 23 points overall, so not really sure if this team is still battling for qualification. But hopes are definitely going to be there, prayers are definitely going to be there for the fans and the people who want this team to win. It's not really impossible. Two players can definitely make it work on the map of Sanhok, but then they have to be very cheeky. And I'm not sure if this lineup is cheeky. Right in front of them, there's going to be first for Mizoram, and the 2-2 split might actually confuse the side.
Oh, look at the nade, Salty. Landed close to both of the players, and Ivan, he has dropped down to a very drastic position, but Bunny finds him down from a distant. NUMEN Gaming will be showing their involvement, but first for Mizoram, they will be looking forward to get this one finish at least. Ivan, he is down and out, that's it. Detonation Gaming will be taking an exit in the 10th spot. And it's from a distance where NUMEN invaded and they got all those finishes that they were looking forward to. But now, as they have, like, first for Mizoram, they have taken some 2-2 split. You can see Maniac and Papa Drew in a good position, and they will be guiding their team to hold on to that spot. But they have to make sure that the players or the teams those who are coming from the backstab has to be cleared.
Yeah. That's why those 2 players are present. Choi and Zaza. Extremely important that they try and move past the opposition, but as of now, Team PL Dominators closing in against Rixen. A head-on collision between Manny and Rixen, and so far it's the M4, it's the shotgun battle that S12K is going to win. Rixen wins that one for himself, but Pekka is quite low on HP. Trades happening left and right, and bad is possibly going to be the final key of the wheel. PL Dominators wipe the floor of Team Celsius, and now they will get back. Manny has been knocked down. He's a very important player. The player who actually got them the chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, but now he needs to be revived. On the other side, Team Storm versus 5Filter Esports. This definitely is taking place, and it seems like Team Storm, they are overextending right now. Out in the open, trying to nade them out, but still they don't really have the initiation.
The smoke was there to just block the view, but it didn't work out. And look at the kind of ammunition that is left on the Ace. No healing. Not even a lot of ammunition to work out with that he can clutch the entire 5Filter Esports side. They still have a doubt. Where is that last player surviving? The circle is in the favor of 5Filter Esports, and they will be looking forward to capitalize on it. But on the other hand, NUMEN Esports, they're just on a roll. They're literally not stopping.
They certainly aren't stopping. But they will have to keep up the pressure to actually get inside the circle. The circle betrayed them, and so did GLITCHxREBORN. The shot coming in from Magic was perfect. Bunny still cooking up that nade, trying to take down Malik on his way, but Malik is also very cheeky. Dodges out of the blast radius, but will you be able to dodge off the bullets? Not really. Kratos from NUMEN Gaming, look at them, 13 eliminations. Team NUMEN Gaming finally start making waves. They rise from the shadows, and this time they have made an alarming performance so far. All the 4 players are still standing, and this time they're on towards a final dance, a last laugh. Who's gonna do that?
Whoa, 5Filter Esports, this 3-1 split completely gets thrashed. PL Dominators just came upon the heads of that one single player who was in a split and denied the kind of strategy that 5Filter Esports had planted for themselves. But now it's NUMEN Gaming exactly in the opposite compound. They need to find something better. NUMEN, they had a great run so far in this map of Sanhok, and they will definitely would like to finish it in a good way. There are still two teams in the contention: 5filter Esports, PL Dominators, those who are in the edges. But NUMEN, if they can get that entire compound control, Salty, they will be definitely looking forward to get this chicken dinner with themselves.
They possibly have it in their pocket already. Team PL Dominators, for them, it's going to be a massive climb. 3 players, not really a lot of utility in their bags. The smokes that are essential right now is missing. The circle, of course, favoring 5filter Esports, and just like you said, it seems like for NUMEN Gaming, the plan of action is to invade in their compounds. A massive man advantage in the final fight. 5filter Esports will try and put up a fight against them, but it seems like carnage is coming in from NUMEN Gaming. Harshgod has taken a massive damage from that nade itself, and so far it's just the exchange of the artillery that NUMEN have bestowed upon. Smokes come in, and here comes the ambush. NUMEN, they're relentless. They're also trying to go up against PL Dominators as of now. Kratos wants to light up the inside of the room, and slowly and steadily 5filter Esports, they are falling. Kratos has an idea that there might be a flank, and he's identified it correctly. He definitely needs to move inside and clean it out. So far, the shotguns have been doing the talking. NUMEN Gaming, they are thrashing the side of 5filter Esports, and they have been so successful. Now it's just PL Dominators and NUMEN Gaming.
Oh, 2 of the players make it. 3 are down. This is the big opportunity. PL Dominators, they can make this happen for themselves, as Bunny is completely trapped out. It's a 1v3 situation for this man, but a lot of hefty damage has been dealt. Manny goes up close. This is it. PL Dominators, they will be looking up and front as they bag this winner chicken dinner for themselves. But what a run it has been for NUMEN Gaming. I mean, almost like 18 finishes that they have bagged, but PL Dominators clinched it just in front of them in a blink of an eye.
In the blink of an eye, for sure, because the way they approached the fight was very different, right? They waited for NUMEN Gaming to converge upon 5filter Esports. The push did come in. They did not have the time to reset, and PL Dominators used that space to cover all that ground. I was talking about the fact that they did not have smokes to work with. I was talking about the fact that they had to cover such a massive open ground. But the fact that 5filter Esports were distracted by NUMEN Gaming, that is when PL Dominators get their chance to close in and beautifully execute the side of NUMEN Gaming. That was textbook use of game sense, to be in exact.
For sure, Solly. I mean, if that wasn't the case, if I would say NUMEN Gaming hadn't had a chance to kind of face off against 5filter Esports, things could have been different. I mean, they wouldn't have given the chance for PL Dominators to even come close to those compounds because they had everything under control. But they had to make a tough call to just push towards 5filter Esports, because otherwise it would have been very difficult. They almost got it under control as well, while PL Dominators, they just came in the right moment and took down all the weakened players who were barely surviving on a very low HP, and that helped them to bag this chicken in out.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like PL Dominators, the run continues for them. The first 3 games, they were brilliant. They had so many points. And to be exact, I think they had 35 points, 1 chicken dinner to be exact. Now on the map of Sanhok this time as well, they bagged that chicken. They've got points from the map of Erangel. They've got points from the map of Sanhok. And I think they're well suited to actually qualify much deep inside of BGIS. But I am definitely surprised with the case of NUMEN Gaming right now, because throughout the 5 games, they could not really perform. But now in the 6th one, they unleash all the floodgates and they come in with a performance. They come in with a blockbuster, really. But who was the one who stood above the rest at the pinnacle of them all? We'll have to find out. I'm talking about the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Who is it? Guess in the chat. And so far, I think we're also left guessing, because from NUMEN, there certainly was Bunny. I remember he had a lot of finishes.
Yeah.
But who is going to be the
Even
MVP?
Manny
Let's just
had.
find out.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Manny, and let's see. Oh, it's not. It's not even my guess. So it's gonna be Dope from NUMEN Gaming. 8 finishes he had, and that contribution is of 47%. So you can imagine, Salty, how many total finishes has NUMEN Gaming bagged up?
Yeah, do the math and like, are you good at math, the Necro? Can you do the calculation and let me know? Because I certainly am very bad at math.
Oh, I'm on the same train, mate, but I guess it's gonna be 18 at least that they have taken. But talking about the top 5 performers on including Dope as well, we've got the other players of Newman that's gonna be bunning on 7 finishes. We've got Zoropi again from GLITCHxREBORN and Celsius. They were coming up very nicely, but yeah, they couldn't finish it up the way they wanted it to be. Dhruvoji came in the 4th spot, and the 5th one will be definitely Rexon from PL Dominators.
PL Dominators, I think, were the dark horse in this one. They definitely had
For
no
sure.
way, no business to actually get the chicken dinner in this one because Celsius, they certainly had a good start. Newman Gaming, they had a fantastic game, but the way Team PL Dominators stole it right underneath their noses, that was brilliant. But ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly switch on to the point standings and find out how many points were scored. Newman Gaming at 23 points, 17 finish points and 6 position points is what they have. An amazing game to be exact. The first week was also decent. They backed 29 points and coupled it up with what they have garnered today. I think they might just have done enough, but PL Dominators, this team has to be talked about because they've been consistent throughout, and I believe this team is going to go very far inside of this BGIS, Necros.
For sure, Solly, and these are the teams that we're seeing in the grind. Just imagine how many other teams we will be seeing from the in-game qualifiers, those who will make it to the BGIS round 1. There will be many more big names like this, but for sure, from the grind, we can kind of get an intel or kind of an
Yeah,
observation of what we can expect from the upcoming rounds. But for
yeah.
sure, we'll move on to the second page and hop onto the other set, 8 teams.
Yeah, MASTIZONE Gaming at 3 points, ORGLESS 5 at 3 points, Relax at 2. LOC Esports could never really get going in this one. 1 point is all that they've garnered. My time now. Certainly, this is not their time. I hope they come back stronger in the next event whenever they participate, or possibly in the in-game qualifiers as well. Just 1 point is what they had. And for Reckoning Esports, I think this map was a disaster. This was a nightmare, the way they were taken down right at the start by Team Storm. Zyro Extreme, not ideal. Even Team Hybrid as well might actually have to work on their approach. But ladies and gentlemen, with all that speculation, let's just find out how many points these teams acquire throughout the day. The 3 games are done and dusted, and now it's time for results. The overall standings: 5 Filter Esports surprisingly at the very top without a chicken dinner. 24 finish points, 9 position points. This has been amazing. 33 points in total. Newman Gaming with that blockbuster at the end as well. They've gotten 33 points for themselves. PL Dominators continuing that run of consistency, 32 points once again. Reckoning at 28, Celsius 25. First for Mizoram, the first chicken dinner for the day of this group at 22 points. Team Hybrid at 19 and Team Storm at 16, Necros.
Yeah, this is kind of something that we didn't expect. Not a single team on the top who got chicken dinner, but quickly jumping on to the other 8 set of teams. It's going to be really important. GLITCHxREBORN, I mean, they haven't got as many points as what they had in the first week. They've just got 14 in total, 8 finishes and 6 placement points. Followed by that, we have got LOC Esports with 11, and MYTIMENOW just managed to get 10 on the board. While Detonation Gaming, they just got 9 out of these 3 matches that they've played. It's gonna hurt them in the long run, maybe. But MASTIZONE getting only 8 points from themselves. Team Relax got 5. ORGLESS 5 got just 4. That too with finish points. But ZYROXTREME, 3 matches played, but not a single point. And that's definitely a big blow towards their side.
I think one of the reasons why Zyro Extreme have that is because they do have that tendency of drop colliding, right? And when you do not have that confidence of playing in such lobbies where the opposition is of high caliber, trying to fight in the early stages is taking a gamble, and you might actually suffer the brunt of it. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, I hope you do not take these gambles in your in-game qualifiers, because those matches are happening right now. It started on the 15th of April, but it will go on till 21st of April. That is tomorrow, 11:59 p.m. is the deadline. Make sure that you complete all your 15 classic matches with only your 4 main registered players, and your top 10 results are going to be calibrated to get you the average. Hopefully you have an average high enough so that you qualify into the main event of BGIS 2024 and we get to cast your matches. But do not forget to not use any event mode. You can use any map you want, but just go for classic matches only. But Necros, before we close down the show, how was your experience and any final words?
Yeah, I mean, today's experience was really amazing. We saw a lot of big teams for sure. GLITCHxREBORN, NUMEN Gaming, a lot of big names came in the contention. But again, the underdogs or the undergods have shined really, really brightly. But I really expect the same as week 3 will be ending tomorrow. Last set of 6 matches. Who is going to bag out? We'll get to know it. Make sure to turn up tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. See ya. Peace out.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है। बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है। बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है।